Ho ho ho! We're gonna have to put you back on manual today. Tell you what I am gonna do real quick. We are going to wipe the schmutz off the lens. Well, not lens, it's the front case. I'm gonna wipe the schmutz off the front case. So you know what I'm gonna do real quick? How do you... can you only do it through the studio? I want to start a poll. Even though only like 3 people are ever going to see it. So first things first, bite. Not even doing the intro yet. I'm going to wait a few minutes. Now copy paste works. You put the Flingle in the Whos-ya. It's actually the Whos-ya-whatsit, sir. And that was funny. More competition. There's a lot of it around here. Okay. And I can always tell how well or poorly I have slept by the time it takes to brush my hair. The more poor my sleep, the longer it takes. Let's go back here. Oh, that's what I was doing. I forgot. Studio? Where's... How do you... Sneasels! How do you go to the thing? Live control room, there it is. Okay. Then we went to... Oh. You shouldn't have to sell your soul. Oh, I forgot to text. I forgot to ask roommate. Wow, that's actually not bad. More than I was thinking. Okay, how do I do this again? I'm trying to do a thing. How do you do the thing? What's that? What's that? What's that? I wonder if you could do this on streams that you've, Huh. I wonder if you can use the studio on streams that have ended, too. I don't know. Wait. Is that not? Am I not? Wait. What? This whole time, I have been going to YouTube in a browser, copying, like going to my channel, going to the live stream, copying the URL, going over to Facebook, copying it into the notification channel, my private group chat that I've been using just among my personal friends, and pasting the URL in there. Turns out, you can just right-click in the chat window in OBS, and bam, there's your URL. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. swear there was a method in OBS. Was there not? Hold on, I wonder if I can do it from... Yeah, I can do it from here, but I can't do it from OBS. I want to start a poll in the chat. Can you do it in OBS? Oh, there's a plugin. Also, any website, do not accept cookies. Ever. Ever. Do not accept cookies. The only time you would accept cookies from a website is if it's a website that you know, you trust explicitly, not implicitly, explicitly. And you know every single piece of data they're collecting from your machine. Okay? The only thing they need to know is the browser you're using, the operating system version you're using, that's it. They don't need to know if your machine has a webcam or not. They don't need to know if your machine has GPS capability or not. Websites do not need to know that. They don't. Unless you say, I want you to know this piece of information and use it to do something for me. Okay? If a website pops up with a cookie thing and you cannot use the website without interacting with the cookie thing, either get ghostery, which doesn't always work, or leave. Do not give them the traffic because they are shady. Analog Devices, IC manufacturer, their website's like that. They don't get my traffic. It makes it easier to move a snowmobile when there's snow. It also makes it easier to fall on your ass. This is the stuff that comes with age, kiddos. Anyway, we're back to using OBS to setting up a poll. I want to set up a poll. Okay. Well, this is the page for it. Oh. Go to download. I'm smart. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's a page, not a plugin. Gotcha. Well, there's like 6 dozen things, and none of them are quite exactly what I want. there's a thing I'm going to do today that's not the thing that I said I was going to do yesterday, today. Or the day before yesterday, Sunday, today. Kind of waiting until I'm like, raring to go. Anyway, we'll just start the poll from here. Okay, Logitech. You are honestly and truly, properly useless. Just keeps trying to autofocus on I don't know what. I'm right here. Logitech's supposed to have facial recognition built in. But I guess it doesn't work or something. I don't know. Now all the distractions. I've forgotten. I was going to word it funny. I don't remember. I don't remember now. Crap spackle. I had like... This way I don't get distracted. This is why you do it right when you think about it. This is why. This is exactly why. I do think it's funny. The first and only chat message right now, as of this second, is a link to this live stream. Oh, it's so dumb. Okay. What the heck? That's gonna irritate me. I can't remember. I can't remember. Why can't I remember? Oh, it's exactly the number. Bam. There's a poll. That's the second poll I've done. Not that I keep track of that kind of thing. So today, can you vote on your own in OBS? No. And then I don't know how to go back. Oh, there's a right click back. Cool. Cool. So OBS is kind of dumb, right? So you can type in your own chat. I can type in my own chat from OBS, and it sends a message as me in the chat by OBS. But anything else you try to do to the chat, anything else you try to do, if I try to leave an emote, the little emoji things, it asks me for a login. If I try to vote on a poll that I made, it asks me for a login. I'm like, you're already logged in, though. How are you? What? So we're going to leave the poll up for, I don't know, an hour or so, in case any of my friends decide to come in, or in case anybody else discovers me. I've had a couple of random people discover me. And what's the rule of thumb? 5% subscribes and likes. That seems about right. I've had about 1,100 unique viewers, I think, over the course of having, since I started the channel. And 15 subscribers. It's not 5%, but, gotta start somewhere, right? I'm not gonna do an intro today. Just because of the poll. Because the poll's existence, I'm not doing the intro. I'll probably do the intro at some point. So we'll leave that up for a little bit. See if anybody else pops in and takes a look and clicks a button. But yesterday... Alright, so when I do things, when I work, I don't count my days off when I count days when I'm talking at work, if that makes sense. So say you work standard, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Monday to Friday. If I go and I do something Friday, or I'm talking to somebody Friday, and this event occurs Friday, right? Weekend, Saturday, Sunday, which I don't even understand that format whatsoever. Weekend, makes no sense to me. You come back Monday, and you're working at Monday. Two planetary rotations have occurred since the last time you saw these people and interacted with them. Probably. I don't know, you might be friends with all your coworkers and you might hang out on the weekend. But 2 non-work days have passed since the last time you were there. So when back at work doing work things, I'll say yesterday, meaning Friday, the last work day. So our work yesterday, this occurred. Or if it's Friday, and I'll say tomorrow, blah 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 blah, because I don't count non-work days in work stuff. If that makes any sense. What does that even mean? There's an idea in my head. There's an idea in my head. And it's you grab it, bring it here. I'll fix it, or we can fix it. If you want to come up and, lend a hand or like learn some stuff or whatever, come up here. We'll fix it. We'll get it running. That's yours. Take it home. Whatever. Well, I guess when you put it that way, I don't want it. We have 10 already. I guess when you put it that way. I mean, if one breaks, you got a spare, right? That's why I like having extra cars. Even if they're all just beater cars, you have extra cars. It's good. Like right now, if the Civic goes down, I've got the bike. I mean, if the Civic goes down, my roommates would lend me one of their cars for a few days until I got something fixed. Ooh! I don't know if I mentioned it. Saturday night, I got on Rock Auto, and Rock Auto has recently, apparently, implemented a new feature. I don't know how new. It's new to me. Where you search your vehicle and you scroll down to the bottom of the list and it says warehouse closeout. Because constantly they're cleaning up the warehouses. Oh, this thing's been on the shelf for 15 years. We need to just get it out of here. It's losing us money at this point. That's valuable shelf space. We can charge a profitable price to store something in that slot. Okay, makes perfect sense. It's great. Okay, the cool thing about warehouse closeouts is it's like auctions, right? Where generally the end consumer, the end user, can get their hands on something infinitely cheaper, and the warehouse reclaims that space. So what is the cost of that space on the warehouse's shelf? They have a number. They have, numbers per square inch or square foot or however they calculate it. And a part sitting on a shelf has a cost and a value too. So they calculate, okay, we make this much profit off of this part. Once that profit is exceeded by the time it has sat on the shelf, now they're losing money just having that thing on the shelf. You and I don't worry about that because things in our spaces don't cost us money to be there. They spark joy for us. That's why we have them. Or, one reason or another we have them. Ideally, they spark joy for us, and that's why we have them. So I saw that button this last weekend, and I clicked it. I was looking at the Civic, and I'm stupid. I typed in Civic, and I clicked accidentally on 1.6. I didn't think about it until after I submitted the order. But the water pump is identical for all the engines. All the D series. All the D15s and 16s. The water pump is identical. And the water pump on the Civic right now is making some noise. It's not good. So I'd like to replace it. The stupid part is I also grabbed a timing belt. The 1.6 was a VTEC engine. I'm pretty sure the D16... What the heck was that thing? D15B7, D15B8, D15Z6, D16... What the heck was the VTEC? I don't know, shows you how often I deal with it, right? But the VTEC 1.6 liter, pretty sure the head is a different height, which means the timing belt's not going to be identical. This is the short story. So I ordered a $3 timing belt. It's a $30 timing belt that they had marked down like 82% or something. It was crazy. But I ordered $300 worth of parts, and that's like $30 in shipping or something. So call it $350. $350 worth of parts that normally would have cost over $800. Some of that is the outer tie rod ends for the rebuilt rack that I have over there in the box. Job's a good one. All I gotta do to replace it is pull the rack out, put the rack in, do the toe alignment. Done. Fill the power steering up. The rack in the Civic is not crazy hard to do. It's annoying, but it's easier than the Accords. I don't even remember everything that I ordered. I ordered a wheel bearing for the Civic Si front. They only had one on closeout, but I've got front knuckles for the Civic EXSI. The Civic EXSI, because it was faster, got larger front brakes stock than the CX, VX, DX, LX. Yeah. So, what I'm going to do is I've got the knuckles already. I'll have a wheel bearing. I also ordered a caliper, right? So then the remainder is a caliper, a wheel bearing, hubs, which no, the hubs are different. The hubs have got to be different. I'll call Joe Riley's here in a second and we'll find out. Hubs, pads, rotors, hardware. Right? So I'm working on getting those brakes. If I can get the stuff, the parts for cheaper than I would normally pay for them, I'll do that. And then if I have to wait a little bit, that's fine. I've got boxes of just like parts to use for future stuff. The knuckles I really need to take down to like a machine shop, and I need to get them to so in Arizona they called it VAT. In Nevada they called it hot tank. It's a wash with hot water and probably a solvent of some kind. But I need them to vat the spindles. Knuckles. Technically they're spindles because the bearing hangs on it and the wheel hangs on that. They're knuckles. They're knuckles. They're actually knuckles. It's about how a steering knuckle's shaped. You got tie rod, lower ball joint, upper ball joint, right? And then it turns. Hook 'em horns. Go to Texas, you'll know what that means. Anyway, those should be here like... They said Thursday. But I've noticed the past couple years, the calculation for shipping times has been getting better and better. When I say better and better, they've been extending the time frames and more accurately calculating or estimating shipping times. So, let's go into here. Thank you. Where is... There. Okay, so, list of things I ordered. Brakes. Felpro. Brakes. Doesn't actually give me what the part is. It gives me the part number and the manufacturer. Go look at the receipt here in a minute. Yeah, this is the one I'm worried about. UPS delivery. This UPS sucks. San Antonio, Texas. Yeehaw. Okay, where's this one? It was going to be $800, but then I took the fender off. It was a $30 fender for the Civic. Funnily enough, the one that the deer damaged last year. This year? Last year. Like September. Those are in Texas too. Sugar Land. They were in Sugar Land, Texas. Then this guy. Oh, that was in Phoenix. I could have just had my buddy go pick it up. What? Oh. Don't care. 2 votes? Somebody else voted. I guess that's a good thing about a small channel, especially very, very small channels, is each change is a larger percentage, so it's more easy to recognize than, say, a big channel, you put a poll in and 4 million people vote. Between, 3.1 million and 3.15 million, you're not going to know that people are voting or not. You don't know if it's still going. But from 1 to 2, that's 100% increase right there. Or depending on when you make the calculation, if you make the calculation after the change based on the end value, it's a 50% increase. Right? So. Anyway, today I need to see if there are any keys for the pilot here. Because if I'm doing house husband car things, not having a regular job, right? So yesterday I spent most of the morning doing dishes and organizing some stuff in the dining room, which it's not a dining room, we use it for storage. It's just shelves. And then some stuff in the living room. And then I did something else. What did I do? What did I do? I don't remember. I did something else useful. Yeah. Yesterday was house stuff, but without having a job, a real job. I told my roommates, I was like, if this is, if this is what I'm gonna do, because I got let go, and I put in a bunch of applications. I put in 30 applications, and within 24 hours, all of them, no. Okay, I see how this is gonna go. So, after 6 weeks of that, I not necessarily gave up, but I understood what was going on, so I was like, okay, we're not doing that anymore, we're doing this. Updated the plan, as it were. So I started, that was about when I started streaming, making videos, because a few of my friends have been telling me for a while now to make a YouTube channel, to do literally exactly this thing, just talking at people, whiteboarding at people. If I do some car stuff, take a camera into the car and show people how it's done. I got the cable, I can do that. That's what I'm doing. And starting it, so I sat around for a little bit, kind of not really moping, but didn't really know what to do with myself, right? I was starting the channel, right? I started the account, and then so I started the account and I posted a video, and then I thought, okay, well, I can do this, and I posted another video. I was like, let's go get a green screen, and I posted a couple of those videos, and I haven't really used it since. I do really want to use the green screen for stuff. I'm stupid. I just had an idea that I'll probably forget in 5 minutes because I'm talking. Anyway, and it's like I didn't really have a plan. I didn't really have an idea. I was like, okay, I don't know. I need to find something to do for money. And I was like, but like watching Moonbow, who his income is streaming, his income is YouTube, right? So watching Moonbow's channel and watching, who else? Jace Varlet. Jace Varlet's another inspiration for me right now. So Jace Varlet, go check him out on YouTube and Twitch. I think he has a Twitch. I think he streams most days on Twitch. and then every few weeks he releases a video on YouTube. Or every week? I don't know, I haven't been paying attention. Just when they pop up, I watch them. If only to support the numbers, to give them the, you know, those view hours, and to give them the subscribe and the like, and, you know, it's a numbers game. Every at the end of the day, everything is a numbers game. That's just how our economies work. So I used to work at Coffee Stain Studios, which makes my most favoritist game of all time, Satisfactory. Love Satisfactory. Best game ever. And I love the direction it's going. And I love, like, every time Jace would get on when he was community manager at Coffee Stain Studios, Stockholm. And now, so Snoot doesn't make videos as often as Jace did, and it kind of makes me sad. I really liked the kind of regular updates that Jace would do as community manager. He'd get on there and be like, hey folks, today's 5-minute video is, we don't have anything new. We've been working on this and this and this and this for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. And turns out that's a pain in the ass. So stay tuned for more updates. Like, he'd release videos like that, and I love that, because it's like, you're working on a car, you have a mechanic who works on your car. You take your car to your mechanic, and he needs to replace the engine. Maybe you did something, you broke it, or maybe it's just a common failure, oiling system failures, and you need to replace. And you really like that car, so you want to replace the engine, so you're doing the job. But you go in every 5 or 6 days, and it takes a while to do these jobs. It's not just like lickety-split, especially smaller shops. Like a bigger shop could probably get it done in the 24, probably 24, so 3-4 days of full work to do this. You swap all the parts over, you get the new engine in, you get it running, you get it going, jobs are good. But a smaller shop, they need to stay in business, and that one job isn't going to keep them in business. So they're gonna order parts, they're gonna put your car to the side, they're gonna do other stuff, and then when parts get in, as parts come in, they'll start doing the job, right? But they still have to pay their bills, so they still have to keep customers flowing in. A bigger shop, you have other bays for that. Smaller shop, like me in a garage, if this is my income, I can't afford to just have a car in the shop waiting on parts. Can't do it. You know, so you want to check in on your car. Hey man, how's it going? Oh, I'm waiting on these parts. Cool. And you're not intending to bug them and annoy them. That's not the intention, right? The intention is, it's just I'm here doing my thing over here. You're there doing your thing over there. And unless we communicate in some way, how am I to know that your shop didn't just burn down and, you know, you with it? You know, I'd like to know. I'm curious, right? So you go in and you're like, hey man, how's it going? Oh yeah, we're waiting on these parts. Cool. We'll see you in a few days or whatever. Thank you. Simple as that. That's all it takes. You're not spending a whole lot of time asking them. And I like that format for other industries. I really liked it with Satisfactory, where I love there was a Q&A that Jace did when he was still working there. That he was like, I want to talk about some things we're doing and some things we're not gonna do for Satisfactory, or in Satisfactory. And one of them was like, he's going through the video and he gets, it's 2/3 of the way through or something, and they have chapters. If you go and watch this video, look through the chapters. The bit where he talks about it is pretty funny. He's like, golf. We're not adding golf to Satisfactory. And on to the next thing. Because it's like, it's a factory building game. Why do you want golf? If you want to play golf, go play golf with your friends. Golfing simulator. Mario Golf. It's not a golfing game. It's a factory building game. Don't add mechanics that are unnecessary to the game. And I like that Coffee Stain is doing that. Coffee Stain's like, no, we're not doing that. This is the vision we have. This is where we're going. This is what you're paying for, is this vision. You're paying for us to build the thing that we told you we're going to build. Not this other thing that's just a mishmash of a bunch of random ideas. And I like that. That's good. And I kind of wish they would put out a few more videos. I know they're hard at work. I know that. And they fairly recently got back. I guess Sweden has a national holiday system where nobody works for 2 or 3 weeks. Like, everybody takes vacation all at the same time. It kind of makes sense to me, thinking about it now, because I've always wondered, like, I've always seen Swiss and Dutch and you know, Northern European and Scandinavian travelers all at about the same time every year in tourist attractions, you know, tourist stuff in the US. And I'm like, what is it about this time of year specifically? But if many of those countries do the same thing or similar things, where they have like a block of time where everybody's just like, okay, we're gonna shut everything down, and all we're gonna have is essential services, and we're gonna go. I hope you guys have fun on yours. See you in a few weeks. They just go. They do a thing. I kind of like that idea. It could never work in the US because A, the US is built on the idea of hardcore, extreme independence, right? Me specifically, I despise holidays. Can't stand them. They have no place in a civilized society. Fight me. My contention with holidays is I don't need some government telling me when I need to take a break, telling me when I'm allowed to take a break. I'm gonna take a break when I need to take a break, on my time, when my body says you can't do this anymore, when my brain says you can't do this anymore. And that's what our nation is built on. Our nation is, the whole idea of this country is built on the idea of individual liberties. And I'm all for it. I don't want to be part of the group, of the conglomerate, the commune. Which is funny, because I actually do want to build my own little commune at some point. Non-culty, no white frock wearing nonsense. No worshipping deer heads in the barn somewhere. None of that. Just 10, 15 people. Build a couple of houses somewhere away enough from people that you're not bothered, but close enough to a civilization center that you can make a trip of it, a day trip. You don't have to take a week out of your time to go somewhere and get materials. You can just, it's a day or whatever. And the idea I had was, what you do is you have, let's call it 15 people, okay? You have 3 people that go into town every day, or they go into town and they rent an apartment or something together. And they have day jobs, right? They go, they work, they bring in income. That income from all 3 people goes into the community coffers. Okay? Think, feudal Europe all over again. So the money goes into the community coffers. The community coffers are there to repair the vehicles, the machinery, whatever it is, tractors for farming, harvesting, power tools if you have power tools, if you're doing stuff like that, cell phone if you need to take phones to deal with work or whatever, pays for the phone bill, pays for building materials, solar panels, and if you need special fertilizer or special earth or whatever. The money is for building the community and maintaining the community. And that's the only reason these people have jobs. Well, probably because they'd just be bored without them. I'd probably be one of those. What I'd probably end up doing is building a shop out there at the commune, or somewhere near the commune, and people bring stuff to me to fix. And I fix it, and they pay me, and that's income. But then you get another 3 people that tend the animals. You get a butcher. You get 3 people that tend the farm. 2 people that build house. And the other 3 care for kids, or teach, or maintain a library, or whatever the case may be. The way I think I've worked it out in the past is to have a successful startup commune, if you wanted to call it that, and you wanted to do something like that. Have your own successful startup community out in the middle of nowhere. The first 3 to 5 years are generally the hardest, because that's all the cultivating, that's all the setting up, that's all the building, the primary brunt of the cultivating, the setting up, the building. And it would take, I think the minimum I found was 8 people. It takes a bare minimum skeleton crew of 8 people working together. And this is assuming that nobody really knows what they're doing either. This is assuming nobody has been part of an independent, a sovereign community before, right? So that we're all just people, we're born into this civilization, this society, and we're tired of it, and now we're moving on to our own thing. We found some land, we're gonna build some houses and live out our days in peace, kind of thing, right? Oh, that's right, one of them has to be a quartermaster. Forgot about that. Armorer, quartermaster, whatever you want to call it. You're also gonna have to have a lawyer. Doesn't necessarily need to be somebody on the bar, approved by the bar, in the bar, however you word that. But somebody that can read law and understand law and blah blah blah. Because when 10 or 15 people move out in the middle of nowhere together, what's the first thing people think of? Yeah. So, can I move you? Can I move you? Yeah, and the poll just blocks my chat window. Like, I can't see if what's going on in chat. Kinda dumb. Whatever. And I've got 4 people. I've got 4, so a total of 5. With myself, Blaine, RJ, and his girlfriend, and my friend in Oklahoma. They would actually, genuinely, properly, like, Blaine's hardcore on board. But they would be on board with, so RJ and Millie would be on board if I have somewhere for them to live when they're moving out there. If we've already got a little bit of infrastructure set up, okay. Still need some hard work, but a roof over their heads. They would absolutely be on board. Well, see, RJ, I don't know. RJ, 5 or 6 years ago, he was on board. Things have changed, as they do. I have, no, what's that word? Ill will. I had another word in my head. It was there for a fleeting moment. But I harbor no ill will for his life changing, for his life evolving, and you know, things that were said in the past are no longer valid. That's life. Just literally, that's life. It's exactly how you live life. If you don't do that, you've done something wrong in life. Right? Jesus. So I don't know if RJ would be on board, actually. So 3 people. Me, Blaine, and Millie. I can imagine those 3 people. We'd have to find the land and get our hands on the land somehow. Jesus. And then Blaine would be fine living in an RV. Blaine would be fine living in the back of a truck. Because he and I are like, if you were to draw a Venn diagram of 2 people and the similarities between them, there is far greater area of overlap than there is area of independence. We are very, very similar people. Very similar people. It's every time I go and I hang out with them, I'm like, holy crap, we are effectively the same person. We have very nearly the exact same sense of humor. We have very nearly the same cynicism and disillusionment with current society and current events. We subscribe to the same life philosophies. Like, we are effectively the same person. His hair is darker than mine, and he keeps it cut short. Like, that's how you differentiate us, honestly. We look quite similar, too, funnily enough. Facial features are different, but we're built about the same. We're about the same height. He's, you know, stocky like me. We talk almost identical. The way we form sentences, it's uncanny. We're like twins almost. It's funny though. Oh. Oh, now I can see the chat. Timing belt on the Civic. 40 minutes. If it is the right belt, I'll take the camera in there and I'll show you guys in stream. Timing belt on the Civic, super easy. Timing belt on Honda Civics in general, super easy. This series of engine, doesn't matter what body it's in, this series of engine. Timing belt water pump, 3.4 hours, by the book. I can do it by myself in 1 hour 45. And the guy that I used to work on cars with in Arizona, John, he and I together, there was one day, I know this number because there was one day, I don't know what the heck happened. Everybody with a Honda Civic needed their timing belt and water pump changed. On this one day, we had 6 of them. 6 timing belt water pumps. And we figured, okay, well, by the book, it's a day and a little bit, right? Okay? He and I both knew Hondas pretty well. I owned one and had been working on it for some time by the time this day arrived. And when he was living in Hawaii, he worked on Hondas a lot. And since he moved to the US, he still worked on Hondas a lot because they're everywhere, right? They're popular. For good reason. So we both knew already all of the bolts that needed to come out. Everywhere you needed to be, we knew. We knew where they were without looking at them. We knew what sizes they were without looking at them. So I can tell you right now. Okay, so I'm not going to close my eyes, but imagine, eyes closed, right? So, because it's funny, when people think, a lot of people close their eyes to think inside their head. I find that distracting, actually. Because there's so much other crap in here floating around. You can't keep track of it all. So keeping the eyes open keeps that video stream focused on whatever's in front of you. Easier. So, You have your engine, right? It sits in the body. Pop the hood. Say we're looking at it from the hood, looking forward into the engine bay from the front of the car. Okay? So you're going to need drain the radiator. Generally, it's a wing nut. Spin it loose, let it drain the radiator, drain the cooling system. And then it's 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil. Yeah. 10 mil. 10 mil, 10 mil. Pop, remove. 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil. Remove. 14 mil. Jiggle, remove. 17 mil, dugga 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 dugga. Pull that off. Timing belt's coming out now. 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil, 10 mil. Water pump. And the water pump is sealed with an O-ring, not that stupid American paper gasket that you have to scrape and it's hard to get to and you can't get a tool in there to properly clean the surface. So it leaks for everybody that ever tries it again until you remove the frickin' engine from the engine bay and clean the whole thing up at the machine shop. Anyway. To make it, well, you're also going to need to move the power steering pump and alternator. So 14 mil, 12 mil, pull, belt. When you pull the crank off, you have to do the power steering pump and the alternator when putting it all back together. If you do it just right, you don't have to do it before. You don't actually have to remove the alternator and the power steering pump, or loosen the alternator, the AC, and the power steering pump first. Pull the crank pulley, and you can wiggle it off. The belts are soft enough, they'll shift out. Crank pulley comes off. Loosen all the belts, put them to the side, move the crank pulley out of the way. Everything's still tightened in its place. So that's generally that's how we did it. And then so the power steering pump is, depending on the year in which version you have, 10s or 12s in the back, and some of them were wing nuts, some of them were 10 for the adjuster. The AC is going to be a 14 and a 10. And then installation is the reverse of 17, 17, 17, because you got to pull the top driver motor mount off to get the belt out of the body, because it wraps on either side of it. But we did, so we both got on it. We had them all come in kind of simultaneously. And we were like, okay, well, we know these things. The book calls for 3.4. We did all of them in 4.5 hours. 5 or 6 of them, I can't remember. It was enough that the work would have been greater than 1 day altogether if you went by book time. So we did them all in like 4.5 hours. And then we took the rest of the day off. We had a little vacation because we were like, we made money for the day. There's nothing else important that's not waiting on parts. Let's go do something else. That was a pretty good day. I liked that day. Yeah, and so timing belts in vehicles. Let's see, easy ones. Honda Civics. Honda Accords aren't terrible. 4 cylinders, obviously much easier than the 6. The Toyota 3.4, 3.6 in the Forerunners, Highlanders. What else they stick that in? They stuck that engine in something else. The 3.0 and 3.4 and 3.6, I think, is the same timing belt design, if I remember right. And those are super easy, lots of room. You pull the fan shroud and the fan off, and it's like that much room. You can get power tools in there and everything. That series of engine is the one, if you ever look up a funny shaped water pump gasket, that's the one you're gonna find. That's the one that's just look up funny water pump gasket. It's gonna be a round with a coming off of it. People at Toyota, man, they got a sense of humor. Because you know, some guy looked at that. He looked at the engine. He was designing the cooling system. He was like, well, this needs to go here. That needs to go there. And you're going to design the pump, and it spins here. And it's like, yeah, this. I got you. I'm actually starting to get cold. I came out here warm. I think it's cooling off. So, let me go grab un jacket real quick. Oh. Okay. Timing belts that are a pain in the ass. Most things Daimler Chrysler minus the 90s neons. So the base model, early 90s neons, no power steering, no AC. Just what you need to run an engine, that's it. Water pump and alternator. Those ones weren't too bad. Those ones are pretty easy. Anything that had anything else installed in the engine, pain in the ass. PT Cruisers. Easily top 3 worst vehicles ever built. So it'd have to be Pontiac Aztek PT Cruiser. Not sure where they sit, if they're 1 and 2 or 2 and 3, but I mean, number 1 is GM 1976 and forward. There you go. There's your order. So, worst vehicles ever built, anything GM has touched from 1976 to today, and then the Pontiac Aztek, and then the PT Cruiser. That's your order of terrible vehicles right there. The Russian... Not Russian, is it? I guess it's Yugoslavian? Back when that was a thing? The Yugo. It sits down there on the list of 20. It's below 10. The Toyota V6s in the cars, the sedans and coupes, they weren't crazy terribly hard, but they were semi-annoying. I could tell you what's dumb, really, really dumb. It's not a timing belt. I can tell you what's really, really dumb. 94, maybe 98. Ford, either Aerostar or Windstar. I can't remember which one it is. I remember it was red. A stupid thing to remember. The water pump. So to remove the water pump, you have this much clearance between the body and any of the bolts, which means you have to get the bolt started out with the tool, and then you have to pull it out the rest of the way by hand. There's no other way. And the bolts have to come out with the water pump. Also, to clear the water pump pulley or hub, pulley hub, whatever it was, can't remember. But to clear the water pump and to get it out of the engine bay, you have to remove 2 motor mounts so that you can hang on the engine. You have to put something on there that you can put weight on the engine and pry the engine down essentially out of the body to get you that extra, I swear to God, 1/8 of an inch. It's like 4 millimeters that you have to get on this engine to move it, to get it out down far enough that you can pull the damn water pump off of it. When you design something, when you're an engineer designing something, you need to understand that there are things that fail regularly. There are maintenance items that fail regularly. It is your duty, it is your job to design the things that need to be maintained such that they may be maintained. If you do not do this, if you have not done this, if you fail to do this, you have failed at your job and you are a failure. Fight me. You're a failure. Okay. It's almost been an hour. You know, when I end this poll, because I can't see in OBS. Let's go. Can I see the, okay. So I can see the votes in the browser. I can't see it in OBS. I was going to say 2 people voted. If 2 people voted and they had different answers, that would be a bit of a problem. But they're the same answer. So, okay. Alright. So in 6 minutes I'm gonna end the poll. And it appears as though the answer has already been cast. So ignore the last hour of me rambling about nothing. The stream will begin in 5 minutes. Today I have to do some stuff to the pilot. So what I'm going to do for you guys, just for you guys, is I am going to overcomplicate a test. It's going to be great. We'll have good fun. Great fun. Amazing fun, happy fun times fun. Also, the bike fell over last night because it was sitting in the grass, and I didn't put a big foot underneath it, underneath the kickstand, and it just kind of nice and gently fell over. And when it did so, one little part scuffed a little part on the V-dub, and little scuff on the trim piece there. I don't know if it took off the paint or if it's just a scuff. I'll get out there with like a rag or a buffer or something at some point and try to clean it up a little bit. But the V-dub needs all new paint. V-dub needs all new paint, and it also needs a hood. The hood's wrinkled. I feel like I knew that. I don't know why the hood's wrinkled. It's a really weird looking piece of damage. Like you don't normally get wrinkles without like big dents or whatever, and trying to pull them back out without shrinking. Because when you dent something, you stretch the metal, and then trying to pull it back, it's all this material's trying to go back in a place where there's already material, right? So it's really weird that it's just kind of wrinkled a little bit. The shape's still there, but it's wrinkled. But yeah, needs all new paint anyway. I say strip it down to the bare metal and leave it like that. Could you imagine how terrible that would be? That would be terrible. Polish it. Strip it down to bare metal and polish it. God. People do stuff like that. Because they're dumb. Fight me. Maybe I should change the channel name. It might be ugly. Fight me. 3 minutes. I didn't line the poll up with any part of the stream time in particular. But we're going to start the stream in 2 minutes. Where did my background music go? There it is. That was a long break. But I'm going to move the shadow. I'm just going to pull it kind of, probably right here. Pull it right here. Go grab the key for the pilot, nose it in here. And then, actually, real quick. What was I gonna... I guess I'll call Joe Riley's real quick.
First call from Lori.
Hey Lori, it's Ryan from Sal's.
Yes, sir.
I got a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
First, I need to figure out if the timing belt is the same for, let's go with the 92 Civic, 1.5, I don't know if it'll last submodel, so it'll be 1.5 DX and then 1.6 SI, if they're the same timing belt.
Okay, for same year, 92?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think they are. I think they're a little bit different. But every time I try to do a bunch of comparisons on the website, it kicks me out.
Yeah, I think our website's having issues or something's going on. I don't know what's going on right now. They're stupid.
I think it detects all the queries as like AI trolling or something.
Yeah, really.
So it thinks I'm a robot. So just
yeah,
like
they are different.
Yeah. Okay. Does it tell you how many teeth?
Let's see. So the SI model says it is 104 teeth.
Okay.
The 5BX says 106.
Oh. The B7 head is taller. I thought it would be the other way around. Okay. I ordered the wrong timing belt. Rock Auto had they added a new function where you can look at just the warehouse closeout stuff.
Oh.
And I accidentally clicked the 1.6 and ordered the timing belt, so I'll have an SI timing belt laying around.
There you go.
Second question, I've got 06 Honda Pilot. And I've got 202 sensors here. Let me find the box. I need to figure out if A, it has 2 downstreams, and then B, if both the downstreams are the same sensor. I think the harness for one is longer than the other. This box here, let's see. so part numbers I've got are... Oh, I do have 2 different part numbers. Okay, cool. So they're 2, 3, 4, 4, 3. One's a 5, 5, and the other's a 6, 8. It's over.
5, 5,
Awesome! So I do have both the ones that I need. Cool. I had them. They've been in here for like almost a year now. So I was like, I don't remember if one of these is an upstream or. Let's give them a call and find out. So.
Yep, that's what you got.
All right, and then what do you have on tap for? Well, same 06 Pilot headlights. They look like H4s.
The DSC goals are going to be the high and low beam, and they're like a blue, bright blue light. And those ones are, let's see, they're 65, 75 for the pack.
Okay, I thought you were gonna say each for a second.
No, for sure.
All right, what do you have in the? I guess the next one down. What is that? The Sylvania Long Lives?
The Ultra.
Ultra.
Sylvania Star Ultras. They are 50, 60 a pair.
We'll probably end up going with those. It'll probably be cash though. Can you guys do cash and delivery? Oh. Okay, we'll probably actually. I don't know that it's the bulb yet. I'm gonna check the. Yeah, I'll give you guys a call back whenever I figure it out.
Sounds great.
Appreciate your help. Thank you.
Hey, you bet. We'll see ya. Bye.
Okay, so the poll has been up for over an hour now. Oops. We're gonna end the poll, and we're gonna see what it said immediately on start. I already know what it said. It doesn't show me an OBS. You close the poll. Oh. Ah. You close the poll in OBS. It doesn't let you end the poll. It doesn't let you do anything with the poll in OBS. Okay. So you have to do it in the browser. So poll complete. Everybody thinks that we should do the intro immediately when we start the stream. Okay. Why? You guys don't like my intro? You want to come in a few minutes later? Is that what it is? You want to wait? You're like, oh, this asshole's streaming. Let's go in after 10 or 15 minutes. He's already done the intro. His intro. Well, you know what? You're getting it now. Alrighty, tidy folks. Today, and but it runs. We're doing a thing that I didn't have planned as of yesterday. Refer to an hour ago if you want to know what yesterday means and why it's in quotes. Headlight went out on the Pilot. I'm gonna just verify that it's the headlight bulb itself. It's not something, because we've had, the reason I want to discount and double check that it's the bulb is because we've had problems in the past with this vehicle and its headlights. The headlights will just shut off when you're driving around sometimes. And after a few seconds, they come back on. I can't reproduce it, so I can't diagnose a problem I can't reproduce, which is the biggest issue with intermittent problems. It's not that the shop is telling you, the customer, we don't trust that what you're saying is true or false, but if we can't make it do the thing, we can't figure out why it's doing it in the first place. There's no method of doing that. You can't just like put it in the time bubble and make the thing happen, right? So that's the hardest type of failures to diagnose, are intermittent failures. Generally, intermittent failures are due to one of two things. An electrical failure or a mechanical failure due to vibration, right? Electrical failures, you can have wires that, which this is technically mechanical failure due to vibration. But you can have wires that are, broken inside somewhere and just barely wiggling around, connection, no connection, connection, no connection. Or you take a corner and something shifts and now it doesn't work, something like that. Electrical intermittent failures are generally something related to an IC or a diode. Because diodes can fail and then not fail, and then fail and not fail. Sometimes capacitors can fail and not fail, fail and not fail. But generally speaking, capacitor failures are just binary for the most part. Resistor failures are generally binary. Technically, cold solder joints is a vibrational mechanical failure. NASA had a huge problem with that when they first started doing satellites. I think they had a failure rate of like 15 or 20% sending satellites into orbit because of vibrational failures. Then when they fail, they crash back down in the atmosphere and they're destroyed, so you can't figure out what the heck happened in the first place. You're like, But I want to say they recovered a few that had non-catastrophic failures, and they finally discovered what the issue was. Also, dendrite growth is a thing in orbit, far greater than it is here in atmosphere at 1 bar. 1 bar-ish. So yeah, I want to check and just make sure. I'm going to pull the plug off. We're going to check the voltage on the pins, make sure there's voltage on the pins. I'm going to pull the bulb out, and we're just going to check the resistance on the bulb. I'm going to overcomplicate checking it simply for the channel, for you guys. And because we've had problems with the headlights in this thing in the past, so there might be something else going on. I'm hoping that the issue here is actually related to the other issue, the headlights turning on and off at random. Off and on at random. Whichever way. That's what I'm hoping. Because then I'd be able to diagnose the problem. If I turn the lights on and they both work right now, there goes the diagnostic. I also have, I don't know if you heard the phone call. I also have, come here, get off of me. Both the downstream O2 sensors, Denso parts, OEM, for the Pilot. So I'm gonna go grab the keys. I think they're probably hanging up. We're gonna move the Shadow. I'm gonna turn you guys around, stick the Logitech on the extension cable, stick the mic on the extension cable, and we'll turn it around, nose it in, start checking it out. And then, depending on how long that takes, it's O2 sensors should take like an hour, hour and a half for both of them, I think. Depends on where the plugs are. It primarily depends on where the plugs are. But it's a Honda, so it shouldn't be too bad. But after that, I'm probably going to grab the oscope and the Lenovo, which has been camping out at the foot of my bed for the last 2 weeks. Week and a half. 4 days. Whichever. And we're going to go check out the 3D printer. Because I finally got a freaking error message. been like 4 years I've had this thing. Technically, it's my roommate's. I bought it as a Christmas present for him, and he hasn't used it once. Like 4 years ago. And it's been 60% of a headache since we got it. We got a cheaper one. Because we didn't know if we would like it or not. We didn't know if we would use it or not all that much, and blah, blah, blah. And there's been so many times I've been wanting to use it, but I can't get the damn thing to reliably. I can't tell you. I've probably put more prints in the trash than I've gotten successful off of the printer. I'd say 80% of attempted prints have failed. And I finally got an error message. It turns out it's a thing that I've checked in the past, and checking it in the past, it has been fine every time. I've checked it multiple times. It's the same problem that is the most common problem on 3D printers of this size and format, and that is the hot-end temperature sensor. But every time I've checked it in the past, it's been reliable. So this failure is extremely intermittent. And what it ends up doing is it ends up killing both the heaters, killing the motors, and just stopping where it sits. It doesn't... I wish there was a failure mode that it would like park X. Like lift Z, park X. That's what I wish failure mode was. Like something, it would tell you something. But I had, and riddle me this, folks. You plug the USB, so it's USB B on the printer, to USB A on the Lippity laptop here. This guy, right? Standard USB A. You plug him in, and what ends up happening is at random, there's no reproducibility in this failure mode, but at random, it disconnects from the USB. You can reconnect it, but anything during that disconnected time, you don't know what happened. You have no idea what happened in that interim whenever you don't notice it. It could be 30 hours in. It could be half an hour in. It's not reliable. And I've searched and searched. I've probably spent 60 hours trying to figure out this USB issue on this printer. And the only answer I find online, anywhere, everywhere, don't use USB print, use Octoprint through your network. Well, that'd be handy if I had the ability to connect it to the network. Doesn't have wireless, so I can't do that. I'm not going to install a piece of hardware to make a cheap printer better. I'd rather just buy a better printer, honestly. If I'm gonna go through all that work, just buy one that already has that. Okay? So that's not a solution. It's not telling me what's going on either. And the failure, the error message on the USB to the laptop is USB failed. USB failed. That's all it is. Just says, can't do it, shuts off. Why? Tell me what the freaking problem is. USB is a very dumb protocol, is what it is. There's not a whole lot of things that can help you in the protocol. So it's to make it universal, you have to make it really dumb so that you can expand your use cases. And that's what it is. So I had the extension cable, my 15 meter, 16 meter USB extension cable. So this guy is a powered extension. It's an active extension. When connected to a full power USB 3A, USB A3, 3A. USB 3A port. The port can power the amplifiers in the cable. They're probably 600 milliamp for the amplifiers. It's probably not that much. But you can see the cable's kind of bulky. It's bigger than your standard. Here's the Logitech cable for comparison, right? So you can see quite a bit bigger, simply because slightly bigger conductors, right? So this probably has, what is standard USB? 26 gauge. So this probably has 22 gauge, 24 gauge. Slightly bigger conductors handle current, right? The data lines are probably the same size because you're not putting power on those. So it's just the power lines are bigger and probably better shielding because a longer run you would have more EMF. So you'd want better shielding. So the twisted pairs are probably individually shielded pairs. So I think USB has 4 pairs? 2 pairs. I don't remember. And then the power is probably independently shielded so that, or it sits outside the data shield and then sits inside a ground shield that runs from the case all the way down as an outer shield down the cable length so that you ground both sides to the same reference level. Over a length of wire this long, you're going to have some potential difference, which means your references will be slightly different. It's going to be in the order of single-digit millivolts, maybe, but tens, potentially hundreds of microvolts. Enough that you could get problems with the data connection, right? So it probably has multiple grounds, and it does have an amplifier in the middle, like dead middle of the cable. There's another amplifier. There's one at the far end and one in the middle, right? And connected to this active amplifier cable, extension cable, I got an error message finally for T0, and I'm like, okay, it said error T0 thermal runaway print halted or something like that. And I was like, thank you, finally. 4 freaking years of trying to figure out what the heck's going on, and I've hooked up test equipment to this thing, and when it fails, I see nothing because none of my test equipment is recording anything. And I didn't have a YouTube channel or any method of recording previously. So, yeah. But yeah, it's probably something to do with, it's usually the connectors at the hot end, or the thermistor has come loose. There's a set screw that holds it in place, and it's come a little bit loose due to thermal cycling. So if I get the pilot done early enough, which it's 1,030 hours, so this should only take 2 hours, maybe. I don't even know that it's going to take that. The O2 sensors should come out moderately easily. And then I've got copper anti-seize to put on the threads. Now you put just a little tiny, you don't, on O2 sensors, you don't glob anti-seize on there. No. Do not do that. Because what you're going to end up doing is fouling the sensor. The first couple of times you thermal cycle the thing, and the media, the binder that the copper is suspended in, thins out and starts to run down into the sensor body. That's a big bad no. Damage the sensor doing that. I wonder if they come with O2 sensors used to come with copper anti-seize in the package. Yeah, just like that. Bam. So I don't even have to have copper anti-seize, and that is way too much for the sensor. So that package is probably 6 or 8 sensors worth of anti-seize. You can see, let me unwrap it. Let me unwrap it. This is the front, I believe. So, you can see, not that many threads. Well, I have the focus on manual, so you can see not that many threads. That is a crap ton of anti-seize, man. That is a load. That's almost a mother load. I might call that an anti-load. Screw you guys, that was funny. Y'all need to laugh and chat. Haha. It's funny. I am hysterical. But not in the mass hysteria way where people are trampling over each other. Not that way. The other way. The funny way. So, let's get our cameras turned around. We're gonna have to unplug the Logitech. We're gonna stick you on the Asus. I don't know why the Canon's still turned on in this one. Why is the Canon still turned on in this one? What? Why is that like that? What? Okay. Well, this is all screwed up. That was all kinds of wrong. For whatever reason, that scene was configured with browser. So if I go to browser, that's, yeah. Okay. Apparently I'm dumb. Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna flip everything around. We're gonna have to unplug the Logitech, so it's gonna freak out, so we're gonna turn him off. We're gonna turn everything around, get the Logitech set back up and working correctly. Set it on the extension cable, put the mic in the extension cable, move the shadow, bring the pilot, I'm just gonna nose it in. Like right there-ish. And we'll get checking the stuff. I don't want to run the pilot for very long because I don't want the exhaust to be hot, but I would like it to be slightly warm because my little fingers are a little bit cold. And when you run an engine for just a minute and get it just warm enough that you can like grab on the exhaust pipe and hold on to it without burning yourself, it's kind of nice. So let's do some of this stuff. See, I don't... The Asus's webcam, this guy right here, he can handle this whole lighting situation. And it's like, lickety split. The Logitech's just like, the Canon can't do it at all. Canon just freaks out. Actually, before I do all that, what we're gonna do, Shane, I was stupid when I put these zip ties on here, because when I put the cable together and I put all these zip ties on this extension cable, I was thinking, oh well, I'm just gonna run it along the edge of the shop and I'll just have the cameras pointing, you know, at different angles, looking into the garage, and people can just watch me and hang out and have fun, and I can, you know, I can yell at them across the room or whatever. And then the mic can just kind of go with me wherever, so I don't have to yell at them across the room, and there goes that idea. But then, I forgot about all the other use cases that I actually use this setup for, i.e. 3D printer, gaming on the PC and by my bed, and dragging it out into the driveway if I need to. I got all these really sharp zip ties on here. So when I go to try to string the cable up usefully, I hurt myself. So real quick, before we do much of anything else, we're going to take all these little zip ties off here. This is going to get tangled up if I do it this way, so we're going to kind of drag the cable around the garage real quick. And then I can pull on it. See? Just like that. What I'll probably end up doing is just taking a little bit more electrical tape and taping up some of the looser sections, because I do like having the mic cable attached to the USB extension cable because it's convenient. And we're crossing our fingers that I do this and I don't cut the cable. So, cross your fingers with me. Oops. Of course, someone's gonna. Ooh. I just had an idea. Do the same thing to this cable that I did to my jumper cables when I built them. I built jumper cables out of 4-aught welding wire. I could jump the space shuttle, which doesn't exist anymore. The way I attached the two 4-aught cables to each other was I took big heat shrink, slid it down, and just shrunk it to make a sheath. Because electrical tape will get dirty, it'll get old, it'll kind of come off on its own. What I should do is I should get some 300% heat shrink, good stuff, run it down these cables. I still need to leave a little bit so that I can have the USB and the mic in two separate places. Like if I want to put the camera under the hood of a car, or put it on inside the car and be in the other place, be, you know, inside the car when the camera's under the hood or whatever, be separated from it. I don't have to scream. I can have on the screen the thing I want to see, or the thing I want you guys to see. And then I can talk to you normally, which I guess normally I sort of half yell. Maybe that's why it kind of fatigues me, because I put on stage man voice when I do this whole thing. I don't normally talk this loud. Honestly, most people claim that I whisper. I say it's just the timbre of my voice, and when I'm speaking to people who are in the same room, I think it's silly to yell. Also, it explains why I'm so tired at the end of the day. Like any day that I stream, I am just pooped at the end of it. 5-6 hours, and I am just pooped. And that's because of this effect. Perhaps I'll talk about what causes the effect in the future at some point. Not today, it's not a today thing. Suffice it to say, speaking at all, just talking to people, speaking with humans, drains me. It is a draining affair. It is very energy expensive for me to talk to people. Always has been. And the supposition that I pose, something my mother has been arguing with me about, not realizing that new information exists and definitions have changed in the last 10 years. So, alright, we're going to plug in this cable the correct way. I'm going to mute you guys so I can plug in the mic and you don't get ear blasted. So be right back. In case you guys didn't know, that's the proper way to dance. Just plant your feet flat on the ground, just kind of twitch. Different directions. That's the correct way to dance. For anybody that's wondering. Okay, Logitech, I need you to, like, come over here. Okay, now let's see if that effect that I noted the other day is still valid and in play. Connect USB. Okay. And then Logitech. Cancel. Big Logitech. No. Why are you not working? Exactly. You go in here and you cancel. Then it takes a second and it turns on? No. Okay, the thing that was working the other day does not appear to be working today. Why not? I'm looking at the camera like you guys can see me. Okay. No. Interesting. Why not? Okay. Let's do a little bit of debuggery, shall we? Because I need the Logitech to work. It is the cornerstone of kind of why I'm out here doing this right now. So we're going to turn you guys back around real quick. Okay, Logitech, you are in fact powered. What if I change the USB port? Does the USB port matter? It does the clickety thing. It's doing a thing. Put it up there. Still frozen on a stupid face. What about here? No. Why not? I know I can delete it and then, put a new device in OBS, but the other day, you guys saw, it was working where I opened it and then I cancel and it would start working. So why is that not today doing the thing? Oh boy. Annoying. Very, very annoying. What if we change it? Change it back. Oops. Change it back. Cancel. No. Interesting. Not interesting. What's that other word? Dumb. That's the word I'm looking for. Dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. So how was I getting it to work the other day, doing exactly that same thing that I just did? Okay. Disable and re-enable did not work. Logitech camera. Logitech camera, it enables it and I see myself just fine in the camera control panel. Okay. So why can OBS not... Don't you fucking dare. I just saw the bandwidth drop. Are you gonna do that same thing you were doing the other? Is this gonna be another like the other day? Is that what today is gonna be? Tell me it's not gonna be another day like that. I really did not like that day. Okay, well, bandwidth seems to be fairly stable, so it's fine. Windows sees it. It's there in Windows. It's fine. It's definitely an OBS problem. Why can OBS simply not work? Not simply work. So, pardon me while I... Are working? No. There's gotta be something. Something. It's definitely an OBS problem. I have 4 scenes that the Logitech plays a role in. To fix this, you have to delete the device, install a new device, which is the same damn device, and then it works just fine. I don't understand why OBS can't freaking open the device after you unplug it. Freaking nose itches. Why does my nose itch? Camera not recognized when changing USB ports. That sounds like the problem I'm having, right? Yeah, if I switch the port, I have to reconfigure the camera every time I move it. And of course there's no answers, and this is from like 5 years ago. Go away. Apparently, there's Logitech problems with OBS. Which, it's a Logitech webcam. The answer is Logitech dropped the ball. Well, that doesn't help me today, does it? How do I get... I don't... That doesn't work. Okay. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. No. Okay. Well, this is dumb. Dumb, 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 dumb. No. Maybe interacting with it in the preview window would do something. I can't remember. There had to have been something different I did before that. Because the other day, I would disconnect the USB, plug it back in, open the properties, just hit cancel. And bam, it would start working again. And then I'd disconnect the USB, and it would freeze, and I'd open the properties, hit cancel again, and it'd start working again. So I must have done something different prior to that. So I even changed it to the Canon EOS webcam thing. And what it should do is it should switch from the frozen image in the Logitech to the no camera connected for the EOS. So it's the device. It's not the data, it's the device in OBS. It's saying the device. No. Why not? What's different today? Maybe. Because I did try disconnecting it from both ends. That didn't work. Okay. plug the extension back in the other port. Let's try that. No. Okay. Disconnect webcam from that port. Reconnect webcam from that port. No. So what the heck did I do the other day? I'm gonna have to write this on the whiteboard if I figure it out. Because if I make, just right now, for temporary, new device, video capture, just random letters. Bam, look at that. Bam, look at that. Works just fine. Okay. And then I turn that off. Oh, the Asus is frozen now. What the heck is going on here? Okay, Asus is back. Opened, canceled, Asus is back. Okay. Progress, I think. But that one's still frozen. It's something about OBS, for whatever reason, cannot recapture the device. It can't reopen the COM port to the device. But it does it here. Just fine. Tell you what. Let's move this guy over here real quick. Gonna make him up there and smaller. Okay, so he's working. Okay, so why won't you? I really want to figure this out without having to reinstall the freaking camera every time I disconnect it. Because I'd like to be able to change the camera setup around during a stream if I need to, or if I want to. Don't know if they're here for me or for the neighbor. There's a person parked in front of the house. We live in like a duplex thing, so it's like it's two houses and then a little strip between a concrete and yard. They're parked there, so I don't know if they're here for me or for next door. I guess if they walk over here, we'll find out, won't we? Or if they just park there because it's an empty spot in the street and they're doing something else. They could be doing that too. No, they're getting out, so they're here for somebody. He's going forward. I think it's for the neighbor. Okay, so back to why? Yeah, I'm pretty sure a cold front moved in. Wind's moving in, and that wind is chilly. My little toesies are cold. So why the heck can't I get the Logitech to work? No. It's on. We can see it's on. It's right there. So why won't that one work? Somebody go back and look at the VODs for the past like 3 or 4 days and figure out what I did and let me know. And I keep dropping frames. What is that about? Oh, now it looks like OBS is going to be doing that same thing it was doing the other day. So, tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do the same thing we did the other day, actually. We're going to delete that guy real quick. Now it appears to be more stable. Huh. Okay. So when I had a new device accessing the Logitech, and I guess OBS trying to access it twice? The same device? But it's not actually accessing it because it's you know, like right there. It's not doing anything. But deleting that temporary one that I installed a second ago, well, no. Bandwidth just dropped off again. So are we back to incredibly unreliable network? Because the power system and the network here in this town is horrendous. This is easily some of... Yeah, Rip. One? What are you doing? Okay, I'm going to open and close OBS, and we'll try it again. We'll hop back into the same stream. Don't go nowhere. I will be right back. Okay. Okay, now it's back on, I guess. But the network is doing that stupid thing all over again. Okay, so hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, we're gonna take. I want to resize you a little bit, make you a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so we don't need you right now. We're gonna go check a thing. It really falls off through walls, don't it? But that's still more throughput than what OBS is telling me I can't maintain. There it goes again. Huh. Must be some repair guys next door. Huh. So sitting here not doing anything, the bandwidth is stable. So it's doing stuff on the freaking laptop? Logitech. Still works. Okay. Turn it off then on then off. Bandwidth stays the same. So does speed test really like halt the data throughput? Really? I mean, I've had it slow data throughput and give me a slower, because QoS should maintain speed for active programs. So running speed test, you should see your maximum bandwidth minus whatever your other stuff is using on that device. Should. Unless they've changed it. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, still staying. Nothing else has changed. Okay. I mean, we're working. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're gonna have to put that on, manual, it looks like. Bam. Oh, I wonder. Stand by. Stand by, stand by, stand by. Exposure. Quit. You have no idea what you're doing, apparently. Okay, so. Oh, and it's so. Logitech. Christ. So jittery. Why is it so jittery when you turn the exposure down? I understand shutter speeds, etc., number of times you're gonna pull the thing, blah 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 blah, whatever. It should not be this bad. Man, that's slow. What I need is thousands of dollars worth of hardware. That's what I need. Anyway, I want to experiment real quick. I might have to shut down OBS and start it up again if this doesn't work. So, I have the camera properties window open. Okay? Now if I unplug and replug the USB, I have a theory. Hold on. Be right back, Millie. Yeah, the guys, the maintenance handyman, whoever they are next door, parked in the way of the, mailbox. So, what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to unplug the camera, plug it back in, we'll leave the properties window open. Yes. And we will see yeah, that's what I thought. These people need to quit. Loan sharks and credit card shark companies. Despicable. Anyway, with the I think it's the properties window. I did not close the properties window when I was trying it a minute ago. So, we're going to try to do it. So unplug camera, okay? We'll take it back to ASUS with webcam pop out. Okay, disconnect. Logitech freezes. Okay, bandwidth. Do I drop more frames? Doesn't look like it. Okay, plug camera back in. Do we drop frames? No. Okay. Open Logitech, window, cancel. Does not turn back on. Okay. Properties window. Maybe that's the key. Logitech, open, cancel. No. I thought I was on to something. Damn. Not the outcome I was hoping for. Crap speckle. Okay. So if I turn them off, turn them back on, nothing. Open, cancel, nothing. What else did I do? Deactivate, activate, open, cancel, nothing. I don't know. I shouldn't have to open, or I shouldn't have to close OBS every time I want to change a freaking USB port. There's got to be something I'm missing. There's something. Something I'm not thinking of, something I'm not seeing, something I'm missing. Also, dropped frames. Didn't even see when it happened. Clickety, clickety, clickety. No. Okay. What happens if I change the webcam? Bam. I tell it to use the ASUS. No lost frames. No, nothing. Tell it to use Logitech. Open, cancel. No. Okay. Dropped frames. So frames drop every time a device changes. So something in Device Manager changes, USB. Or not. Okay. I know if I restart OBS, the camera will start working. But there's got to be something that I'm missing. What am I missing? Okay, let's try. USB extension cable, okay? Extension Logitech. Try that. I tried it last time, but the properties window was open, so maybe it was a moot point. I don't know. No, no light, no nothing. Deactivate, activate. Nothing. So what the heck did I do the other day? So I lied. Today's a diagnostic day, but it's not pilot diagnostic day, it's OBS diagnostic day. I know I could just continue. I could move on if I close OBS, reopen it, jump back to the stream. You guys don't lose anything. You get a little buffer wheel for a few seconds, but then it reloads, right? But I really want to figure this out while I'm not rage mode. Because I don't like rage mode. When you're in rage mode, you don't think clearly. Oh, it's quite annoying, actually. Okay. So, why? Why you do not do no do thing do no thing? English, shut up. The key? Enemy Help Boy's just like walking down the street. Where are you going, man? Yeah. They're supposed to be doing stuff over there. Okay, so why? Bandwidth is stable. Stable. So, okay, watch this. If I reinstall a junk thing with Logitech, okay? Up there. The ASUS is frozen. Back on. Bandwidth is all over the place. Now it's kind of stabilized. And that might just be a thing of the measurements. Must have a second truck over there. It could just be measuring bandwidth over time, right? So that works. I have not dropped any more frames. Okay? So if I turn him off, bandwidth stays the same. Okay? Now, if I delete that guy, open that and cancel. No, it does not reinitialize the Logitech again. So OBS still doesn't know that that is the same device that I just installed. So that's what's itchy. Little fuzzies. I get rid of little fuzzies. So what's is there like a sticker on this thing anywhere? No, No sticker. I don't know. I really don't know. I guess for now, we'll just, you know, not worry about it. Because I want to do the headlight and the O2 sensors on the Pilot today. Because I'm probably going to want to drive it tomorrow. So I'm gonna close OBS again and open it, get back in the stream. So there will be a little dead spot while I do that. I'll be right back. And the way you have to do this, I think, is you have to kill the process. So, and we're back in it. Okay, so I don't quite understand. That works. Asus webcam. There in the corner. Huh. Okay, well, I don't quite really know. We're gonna turn you back around that way. Watching up there. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Later. Notes right now. Right now. I'm going to move the shadow. Get a little spot right here for the Pilot. Move the Pilot right there. And we'll start on stuff. I'm gonna move this cable out of the way first. This cable is in the way. There we go. All right. Confused eyebrow. Not a truck over there, but there is now a truck around the corner. This bike is not light. I'm not actually a fan of heavy bikes myself. I much prefer light bikes, small light bikes. Oi. Not light. Okay. Room. Some of these leaves out of here. Just because I don't want them in my hair when I'm laying on the ground. There's a garage over there. Don't be silly, leave me alone. Grab the keys for the Pilot. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab the keys. Apparently I'm not going to grab the keys because they're not hanging up on the key rack like they're supposed to should be. Work! Okay, I'm gonna go try to find key. This is hanging up. I don't think it's hanging up. I did not see a pilot key. So, I'm gonna try to find key. Whew. Ah. Close but no cigar. Gotta move some things. Okay. Now that we've got that in there, there should be a teensy bit of heat in the exhaust. This is what I miss about the 90s autos. So, with this guy, even though you can't see it right now, I'll show you in a minute. You have two hood props, there and there. My Civic, there's one there and there. You can pull the engine out. This one is just in the way. American design. No No Japanese man would have designed that. They'd have looked at that and been like, no, what are you, German? It's in the way. You don't design it in the way. Get it out of the way. Okay, so now let's grab la camera and la microphone and drag you guys over to, it's on 4 now, and drag you guys on over to, wait, cable, trying to trip me, drag you guys over here to the pilote. No heat. Oh, that's a cold intake manifold, man. Alright, we'll drag you over here. I don't know which headlight is not working yet. We'll find out together, shall we? I'm actually going to roll the window down. Roll down the window, crunk. I'm watching Emperor's New School again. And it's sad that David Spade didn't driver's side. That doesn't fix it. Okay? So, bam, bam, driver's side headlight. What we're going to do next is we're going to try high beams. Yep. So, it is most likely the bulb because that guy's working. That guy's working. They're really dim though. They're really not all that bright. Like you can barely even tell the difference back there. Looking at the wall. They're really not bright. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull the bulb out. I'm going to pull the connector off real quick. We're going to turn the headlights off, obviously, first. And then I'm going to pull the connector off. And we're going to make sure that they have power at the connector. Like I said before, I'm 99% certain it's just the bulb is burnt out. Because it happens that it's a, who knows how old the bulb is. It's probably a factory bulb. Came in the vehicle brand new. So, you know, 05. 18, 17-year-old light bulb, they fail. It happens. So, but we're going to take, and just to overcomplicate this, just for the sake of being funny, I'm actually going to hit start record, because I might could maybe use this for something else. So, we've got us our 05 Honda Pilot. I keep calling it an 06 every time I look up parts because I'm smart. 05 Honda Pilot. And the driver headlight is not working. Turn the headlights on, driver headlight does nothing. Turn the high beams on, they both turn on. Headlight's probably bad, the bulb's just burnt out. It happens, it's a filament bulb, not a big deal. What I want to do though, is because we've had problems with the headlights on this, they'll turn off and on at random while you're driving down the road. It's quite scary. But we will, I'm going to check and verify the bulb filament is bad and that we are getting power on the pins to the connector. So we're going to point you guys right over here. And I'm going to double check and make sure that that's facing, yeah, it's facing roughly the correct direction. Alright, I've got the Simpson back together, because come to find out, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just stupid. I was using it wrong. I even went back and read the manual. RTFM, man. RT cable quits. Thank you. Bleh. RTFM. read the Flingle manual. So we're going to take our leads here. We're going to unravel them. We're going to connect them the correct way around. I'm just going to pull the connector off. The connector, oh, the harness is super short. Okay, so I'm just going to put the reference lead on the battery, if I can. Can I? If I can I? I'm going to clip the reference lead to the battery with a test lead. That's what I'm going to do. Maniacal laughter ensued, and they rejoiced. Because of the maniacal laughter. Because it is a thing to be held in your arms. Alright, we're going to stick that on DC, 25 volts. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm just going to turn on the headlights. I'm going to check all of these guys. That doesn't make any sense. Two of the pins have power. It should only be one of the pins. Is there... Does it have a daylight? No, it's just a headlight connector. How do two pins... Is it lighting both the filaments up simultaneously? You can't... Why would you... You can't do that. What? Also, battery voltage is a little bit low, it looks like. The battery voltage at? Oh, no, that's 12. Okay. That's fine. But yeah, for whatever reason, and there's no way to show you the test equipment, really. So what we're going to do, we're going to set him up like that. See him like that? Sort of. Okay. So watch that needle. Okay. So we have 3 pins. Then this. Nothing. Probably ground. And this. Okay, battery voltage. Sure. And this. Battery voltage. Don't make no sense. You should not have battery voltage on both of those pins. What? This is weird. The ground moved. So this guy always has power. Okay. Before, this guy was ground. It is now power. This guy was power. It is now ground. So they're switching, they're using relays to switch power and ground to apply the power, or switching ground to apply power to the coil. That's different. Normally for headlights you just switch the power. wherever. Yeah, I know, the Logitech is just crap. It is terrible. I can lock the, we'll just lock the focus. So let's try that. So we should still be on high beam. So on high beam, check our connector. What I'm calling pin 1 has nothing. Pin 2, come on. Pin 2 has battery. Pin 3 has battery. Let's go back to low beam. Okay, back to what I'm calling pin 1, battery. Pin 2, ground. Pin 3, battery. Interesting. Interesting. From that, we can tell which filament should be low beam and which should be high beam. We're going to pull our dust seal out here because Honda likes to use these little dust seals on the back of their headlights. I like it. I don't know who else does it, but all the Hondas I've owned, the 3 of them that I've owned, and there's this little clippity connector boy here, and we pull out the headlight, and we look and we see. Can we see with our eyeballs? Yes, we can see with our eyeballs. I can almost guarantee you're not going to be able to see it in the camera, but I'm going to try to show it to you anyway. Alright, so where are we at? There we are. Too much reflection. Yeah, going through the bulb, because it's a round bulb, we're not going to be able to see it in the camera. Suffice it to say, I can see that the low beam, which is behind this little cup here, which is a technically a deflector. It's a reflector, but it prevents light from hitting the parabolic reflector at specific angles. It blocks some amount of the energy to make low beam. It's also distance related in the reflector and the housing, and it's all kinds of other stuff. Bunch of math that doesn't warrant going into. You know, it's funny because this Honda is the 2nd generation digital Honda. Okay? The headlights don't matter. You can on this bulb, you can put power on these 2 pins simultaneously, and that filament won't turn on. It's the same as putting ground on those 2 pins simultaneously. You're putting a potential that is identical across a circuit. Nothing will happen to the circuit. It doesn't matter the way you do it. It really doesn't. It's sort of odd that they're changing the position of, like they're effectively powering everything and then selecting ground instead of selecting power. The good thing, I will say, is that's actually the better way to do it. The way that you should switch things is you switch ground. Don't switch power. Switching power is dumb. And it's a very old school way to do things, and it causes more wear faster than switching ground. A bunch of physics that go behind it, but switching ground is better. So the way they're controlling this headlight is actually the better system. Yeah, let's put an oil lamp on the front of a 90-mile-an-hour chunk of 5,000 pound SUV. Yes, that's exactly where yes. So I'm not even going to measure the resistance. Well, you know what? No, I am going to measure the resistance, just for the sake of the recording. So the resistance should be somewhere in the realm of like 1 to 10 ohms, which is pretty low, right? Pretty low. So we'll stick them on 1 ohm measurement. Take our jumper lead off of here. But we put them together, he should go just about all the way up to 0. For all intents and purposes, it doesn't really need to be exactly 0. We're just looking for a thing. So, you have 3 pins on the back of this guy, 2 circuits. One is going to be common between them, and the other one is going to be switched for each filament, right? So the way they're doing it is they're switching these 2 to ground. This one is always powered. No, this one's always powered. This one's always powered. So I'm going to stick one lead in there. That's going to be our reference. And then from the reference 12 volt, it's funny, they're technically running this as a negative system. They're moving the ground back and forth to apply ground. So your reference then becomes 12 volt positive in relation to the battery ground. So your reference being 12 volt positive, now your headlight, you're switching negative 12 volts. It's all about perspectives. So we check him, nothing there. We check him, resistance, right? Just to be safe, we'll check this guy. This is the last connection we can check. There should be no connection there because that's the other end of the filaments. And then you check here again, nothing there. So we have one circuit that has no connection, which is this, we can clearly see it visibly, broken filament in there. And one connection that does have a circuit, a complete circuit, which is the high beam circuit. Which she's like, oh, I thought I was going to get pulled over for driving around without headlight. Turn the high beams on. People are going to flash their high beams, but you can see. And as long as you're not just living life with your high beams on, and you actually replace your bulbs when they fail, it's fine. Fine, it doesn't matter, it's fine. Switch him back so we're not using power. And I am going to call Joe Riley's and have them bring me a pair of headlights. Recent. First call.
Lori.
Hey Lori, it's Ryan again.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if you could send me that pair of Ultras for that Pilot.
I can do that. Let me bring them up here for you.
So, funny thing I noticed that they're doing to these headlights. So, old school, when you switch the headlights, you have a ground that just goes to like body ground, and when you switch the headlights, you switch power to one of the pins or the other for the low beams, high beams. What they're doing on this guy is they're using 12 volt positive reference, and they're switching the ground around on the pins, which is weird. It's the better way to do it at the end of the day.
It is.
But
It is. Yeah, it is.
but it's just it's weird. I've never actually seen. I've thought about doing it to the Civic a bunch of times, switching all of the the ignition and all that stuff to relays and switching ground instead, which is what all newer vehicles really do for the ignition anyway. But this is the first time I've actually tested it and seen it in the real world. So.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so we have level 5414.
All right, I will go inside and grab. It'll be cash. 54. I think I have a 5 in there, so it'll be a 50 and a 5. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got the money for La Parts people. They're gonna come drop them off to me. Lori. Is Lori. She's my local parts person. If she joins the stream, she can't do her job and get me the parts I need. But they do know, so she's the commercial lady, the primary commercial lady. There's another lady that does it on the weekends, so on Lori's off days. And I think she's assistant manager or something. And then there's another guy that knows how to run the commercial system that I usually talk to if I just need something quick and I don't want to bother Lori because she's dealing with, like, you know, shops that make a bunch of money most of the time. So I'll go and talk to him because especially when it's slower, then, you know, it gets boring in there. So there's the three people that I normally deal with. They, as far as I know, they all know that I have a stream. So every time I go in there, you know, sometimes we'll talk about it or whatever. But yeah, what are you doing? Keeps dropping frames. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah! Quit it! I might need to change. I'm running on 5 gig, and the router is in the bedroom, halfway across the house. And you saw the speed test there. I was getting 250 meg, which should be enough to run 10 kilobits of bandwidth to YouTube. Phone call. Hey, the hell?
Did you find it?
Yeah, that's why I said I'm blind.
No, I just want to make sure because it was like, I must be blind, I can't find it, or I'm blind, I found it.
Yeah.
You go both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, the headlights burnt out. The ones, so I'm putting good bulbs in it because you guys drive this thing pretty regularly at night anyway.
Yeah,
so we don't want
that is
cheapy
very
bulbs.
true.
So I'm putting good bulbs in it. It's 54 and change. They're not the crazy bulbs, but they're the way I normally do it. When you have tiers, 2/3 of the way up the spectrum.
Oh, okay.
So it's a little bit more than 50, but it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. We'll replace both of them.
$50 off my desk.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, I can give you the 4 if you want.
You guys buy me food all the time. I'm not that worried about it.
Okay.
I was just letting you know.
Oh, okay, that way I know if I have to buy them.
Right. And what I'll do, I got an invoice book yesterday from Staples. I'll write an invoice so it's a real job.
There you go. Hi, Abby. I'll see you Thursday. Okay.
But yeah, I did, I overcomplicated checking it. Hooked the multimeter up, checked all the power for the thing, and then checked the resistance in the bulb, even though I could see the filament was broken.
Just so that way if someone didn't see it, that you have a video for it.
Yeah, and I'm recording a bit, and maybe chop it down into a. I keep saying I'm gonna chop this down into a short, but by the time I get done with it, it's still like 12 minutes long, and YouTube shorts are less than 5 minutes, I think. So yeah, I don't know how to. This one maybe I'll be able to do because it'll just be, you know, 05 pilot replacing headlight. Camera.
That was awful.
Here's a clip. Here's a measure. Bam-a-lam. We figured it out. Oh, 1 minute or less apparently. Jane. Well, yeah. How am I supposed to do that? Anyway, let's get back to work.
Okay.
The delivery should be here in a minute with the bolts.
Sorry that I forgot that I had those in my purse.
That's fine. Oh, so these keys, is this fob also dead? Are they both dead? Oh, where's the battery?
Oh, I don't know. You know that box that's on the table? Check there first, because that's pretty much the jet drawer box. And if it's not there, I would just check the closet. The hallway one.
Okay, moral of the story, wait until you get home and both keys are here and I'll do them tonight.
Yeah. But if anything, see if you can find the batteries, because if you can't find them, I can buy some here.
If they're 2032s, I've already got some.
Oh, I don't know. I just know they're the little watch batteries.
Watch
The
batteries?
little ones.
Watch batteries are tiny. 2032s are not tiny.
Flat ones.
I have some, most fobs are 2030.
Okay.
But
Alright.
I'll wait until, well, and there's no point in doing one and then waiting in 6 hours and then doing another.
Yeah. Well, if anything, if you wanted to, they're in. I left it in the Ford.
I ain't going nowhere. Fuck that.
Okay.
Especially not just halfway across town just to grab keys.
I'll include you.
Now just get back to your stuff. I'll talk to you later. How am I supposed to turn, you know, how am I supposed to do shorts? Huh? 1 minute. F&A, Cotton. We're gonna pull the other bulb out real quick. This side is easier to see. So we've got this guy here. How good is that? It's not terrible, but it's not great. So, lowest setting. Got our little grommet thing there. Got little tabs, because Honda is great and they think about this stuff. Pull the connector off. Easy peasy. Pull the grommet. Easy peasy. And then you got this little clip in here. This little guy right here. Let's get you guys a little bit closer. That little clip right there, right? And all that is just a little arm. It's a little spring steel arm to hold the bulb in place. You push it, turn it to one side or the other. It comes free. These are two different bulbs in here anyway. Not even the same bulb, are they? This one's got a blue tint to it. It's German. That means anything. Yeah, they're two different bulbs. When you replace light bulbs, do them as a pair. I get it, the other one's not burnt out. But if you keep the bulbs the same age, you can kind of track issues, and you buy bulbs as a pair anyway, you're probably going to lose the other one. Just replace them as a pair. It's fine, they're cheap enough. Okay, so I'm gonna leave you guys pointing at that guy for a little bit while I don't know, rant and rave. Yes. I gotta find the downstream O2 sensors, which one of them I'm pretty sure is back in the back here, right up against the firewall. There's the upstream. I got the upstream. Upstream's easy. It's weird that there's two downstreams though. Tell you what. We're going to, I want to replace them because I checked them a while ago, months ago, and found that they were sluggish. They're not updating at the rate I expect to see them updating. Yes, they're post-cat, so they're going to be slower than the front O2 sensors anyway, but they are narrowband. They should be narrowband O2 sensors. Make a discount, double check. 4-pin, they're narrowband, which means they should be fast. They should update. And they're not doing that. They're taking 3 or 4 seconds to update that, or the scanner's bad. But O2 sensors only last about 80, 90,000 miles in the first place. So, I've got sensors to replace. Yeah. Shorts are short. Thanks, Colin. You don't say. I'd have never known. Don't be stealing my jokes, man. Stating the obvious and what have you. It's my jokes. It's my job. I'm the entertainer here, man. Don't be stealing my thunder. I was gonna jack the car. I'm probably just gonna. Where's my chickadee chop? My bickety block of ribbity rubber. Ribbity rubber. Ribbity block. Ribbity rubber. Makes a chickadee chop. What's in a name? A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. What you came here for, right? Shakespeare quotes? That's why you're here? Oh. Oh, no, way. Oops. I went too fast and I made a noise. Oops. Hey. Should have gone the other way, it would have been easier. That guy. And then, where do these say they were built? Germany. Nice. So somebody, at some point in the past, replaced just one bulb. So we got one made in China and one made in Germany. Awesome. Thank you, thank you. Need me to send the thing? I like bacon.
And our little gadget there.
Oh, we can attach this to the invoice. Haha. Like all legit.
There you go. Hey,
Awesome.
see ya.
Thank you, sir. Alright, so we got us a little Italy invoice. Put change in pocket so it doesn't just get lost. We can give it to Money Frog later. I'll write up like a proper invoice because I've got an invoice pad around here somewhere. Write up a proper invoice for the job, as it were. O2 sensors. I put them in the spot where the camera's supposed to go. All right, now, the most important part: replacing halogen headlights. Halogen or xenon. Xenon being, in this case, HIDs, which I realize there are technically xenon halogens. Because xenon is the heck is that series of gases called? I can't even remember. Xenon falls into the same category of gases, noble gases. There you go. So, HIDs here being a spark plug contained in a glass capsule with some noble gas as its inert counterpart. Because there's a very high chance if you did not have the glass capsule with the inert gas, you could catch something on fire. But on to the most important part of headlights. Don't touch the bulb. Do not touch the glass. For at least high-powered lights. Sodium lights, and I can't remember the other, all the stuff they make street lamps out of that are bulbs. These high-powered, high-voltage systems. Headlights fall into the same category. You touch the bulbs, you end up getting hot spots on the glass. Spots on the glass that heat up and cool off at different rates, which causes thermal stress on the crystal structure of the glass. So we grab it as such. You can touch the pins, not a problem, doesn't matter. You can touch the metal casing, not a problem, doesn't matter. Do not put fingers on the glass, which this guy, like there's stress on the glass already. Not good. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Okay, so, move our connector out of the way, move our thingy out of the way. Pin should go up, make sure he's in there and centered. Hold the pin. Bring the clip back over, find the catch, wherever the catch is, right there, and then we put our dust boot back on. Dust boot. Not to be confused with Das Boot. Mr. Boot, and of course when I lean over, my contacts, being that I have astigmatism in both my eyes, my contacts are weighted, there we go, there. Push that guy onto the housing, normally. Being that I have astigmatism in both my eyes, and my contacts are weighted, when I turn my head any direction other than perfectly vertical, my contacts turn by gravity, and I can't see. I go blind. Alright, we get our pluggity plug there, and we bam a lamp. Easy peasy. Bring you over to this side. I'm gonna set you right there. We're gonna move these leads because we don't need them anymore. We do not need them anymore. Take them out of the volt ohm meter, and we can move the volt ohm meter back over to the table there. Table here? Table where? Hey. Hey, I see you. What are you eating under there? Is that? Okay. You can't really see it all that well because the airbox and battery cable are kind of in the way. Just can pick you guys up. Okay. Got our headlight housing there. Same thing. No different from the other side. Not really any point necessarily. And you guys sitting there watching my fat hands fiddle around. But we're gonna do it anyway. Do not touch the bulb. Of course, it would be easier to do not touch the bulb if I cut the package open from the correct direction in the first place. Package. It's on the ground now. Move the connector out of low A. Connector, go out of low A. Thank you. Alright. Same thing. Bulb in hole. Make sure it's aligned. Bring clippity clamp back over here. And come on. What the heck? Why won't you clippity clamp down in there? What's going on? Do I have dumb fingers today? Is that what's going on? What the heck? What the heck's going on here? I can see the little clamp down there. Okay. It's on there now. That was weird. It was just, I don't know, just kind of hitting. Oh, this driver's side headlight's been replaced. Or headlamp housing, sorry. Headlamp housing has been replaced. Okay. Okay. Put our dust boot back on. Make sure it's seated correctly. Push the little grommet there. Reach down, grab our connector. Mr. Connector, I need you back now. Could you come back now, please? Mr. Connector. Thank you. Yeah, this side's a little bit tighter to get your hands down into. And then put connector on pins. Easy peasy. Check the chat. Chat has not moved. Okie dokie. We take our bulbs. We give them a round of applause for a job well done. And we subsequently throw them in the trash. We then grab our camera. We'll be back here. Watch the lights. Watch the light show. Alright. Low beams. That one's pointed right at the camera. Both of them turn on. High beams. Both of them are on. And you can't really see it, Oh, there we go. Okay. Haha! The headlights are on right now. The switch is turned on. So what do we not see? This is the problem I was talking about earlier. I can diagnose it. I have a feeling it's the switch. I have a feeling actually it's the high beam section of the switch. So, flash high beams, flash high beams, flash high beams, high beams full, and back. Yep, headlight switch. Oh. Oh. Actually. Okay, so we are on low beams. Sorry, you're too loud. It might actually be the relay, not the switch, because I hear the relay clicking. Okay. Fuse box. Open. Fuse box. Oh my. Who put tape on the fuse box? Seriously? Who the hell put Gorilla Tape on the fuse box? Rednecks. Jesus. Okay, so full fuse box cover. I don't know why the heck they stuck that on there. Alright, we're looking for fuse box cover. Love it when they're stickers. Stickers are great. Alright, so the ones I'm betting we want are these two. Lighting relay, focus. Launch attack. No? Okay. You want manual focus? I put you on manual focus. Manual focus, okay. You want to focus on that? There we go. There we go. Okay. Lighting relay, 1 and 2. High beams are still off. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch those two relays around. That's what we're going to do. Oh. Oh. Okay. Sure. That didn't actually do it. So why? Are the Huh. Interesting. This is different and slightly new. Fuse is not blown. I didn't think it was because it works sometimes. Ah. Well then. So then what changes? What else changes? I guess we're getting, what I need to do is I need to get a test light. That's what I need. But grab our voltometer here again. Check. This time the passenger side connector, because it's easier to get to. So, these two to go in here, here, and just about here-ish. And we need these guys. We're going to clip him back to the battery. We're going to check the connector, see what the connector thinks. What does the connector think? I can tell you right now what the connector thinks. The connector thinks there's no circuit. Volts, 12 volts, 12 volts, ha ha! They're not turning on because the ground is not present. So what does that mean? I don't know. Not sure yet. It could mean the ground on the body is messed up a little bit. Maybe. Could mean all kinds of things. Let's see if we can't get them to come back on real quick. By fiddling with the switch. What I need is the wiring diagram. I wonder So, in the late 80s, in the late 90s, early 2000s, so 2001, 2002, somewhere in there, Honda started making the switch to digital control mechanisms. I would wager then that this is a victim of that change. Okay, headlights are on, low beam. High, full, low beam's on. Switch high, no low. High, low, low, off, on, 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 off. The relay turns on and off every time. So it could be the switch. Or it could be the multiplexer, which is actually a common problem on this series of vehicles. See, there it goes. Flashing light disclaimer, after I've already been doing it for 10 minutes. Apologies. So I'm trying to make it fail, and when it fails, signals, I'm going to try fiddling with other things, okay? It's coming back on by itself. Where before I had to switch to high beams to get it to come back on. Good, this is riveting content. Literally, this is what it takes. Sometimes you gotta sit here for half an hour trying to reproduce a failure. I'm hoping nobody in the stream is epileptic. Be bad. Okay, it's off. Now it's on. I didn't touch anything. Come on. I can't reproduce it reliably. What the? Okay, that's weird. If you pull out on the switch, spark lights go off. Like I'm grabbing the end of the switch and just pulling it away from the steering column. Not like you're switching high beams, not like that, not turn signals, but just straight out of the stock. Then if I do that, pull it back towards high beam, passing lights, the relay shuts off. But when the low beams shut off, the relay does not shut off. Tell you what we need. What do you need for diagnostics on anything? The book. That's right. So I'm going to, lights are off, so we're not killing the battery. I'm going to come over here and shit down in front of le computer. And we're going to go bam. And we're going to go here. Since I don't have the actual manual, this will be the next best thing. Piloty, repair and diagnosis. Down here somewhere. Diagrams, there it is. Electrical diagrams. Headlights. Lighting. Where's lighting? Lighting and horns. Okay. And then headlamp. Whos-ya. Haha. Okay, so from the headlights. Where's the headlights? Yeah. Why are there two? Driver's door switch. Key and ignition. Driver's door lock knob switch. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Multiplexer. I don't like them. I give me manual control. All this crap. Oh, you need courtesy light. Don't leave my headlights on when I'm getting out of the car. I'm draining my damn battery. It's my battery. You'd be draining my battery. Okay, so where are the actual headlights in here? So I want to work from the headlights backwards. Bam. Headlights. Headlights. Okay, 1014. What? They wrote it wrong. Huh. Okay. Alright, so what I'm interested in is this guy. So what does he do? Ground. These are all ground. Flash to pass. Flick, 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 flick. Two separate circuits. And they go to... Oh. What? Okay. So you're switching ground on this line, this line. Why does that look like they're just going straight through? There's no fuse there. We've turned them to 2. 2 is headlights. That's not right. Dimmer switch? What? Yeah. So, headlight relay. Right? Okay, so C. So this is the power for those guys. Right, so C 110.5, which is 10.5. So C, bam bam. Multiplexer unit. But they all have power. This should be ground. Right? This connection right here. Because the relay comes on. So the relay turns on, which means this circuit is working. So the output of that goes through A13 to B13. Wait, is this just this? Huh. This is why you need the Honda book, because the Honda book would actually show you these things. You know, you'd have the pages right in front of you, just flip back and forth. So, green. What is green? Show me green. Yeah, it's got to be a different... That is the switch to ground. Okay, so these relays are switched manually to ground via the headlight switch. Okay, this guy headlamp relay positive. Okay. The relay's turning on and off every time. Even when the headlights are not working, the relay's turning... Oh, but there's 2 relays. There's 2 lighting relays. What does that mean? Headlight relay 1 and 2. One is for left and one is for right. When they don't work, they both don't work. And when they work, they both work. Okay, that rules things out. That rules out this power, the relay's on. Rules out this, hot at all times. It's not turning off and then never turning back on again, so it's not the fuses. Both of these grounds come out through this diode that's contained in the underhood fuse box. But the relays turn on and off every time, which rules out that diode. Because when the headlights are not, when the low beams are not working, the high beams still work. And if it were this at all, if it were the relays at all, the high beams would not work. Any of this, the high beams would not work. So, it's the low beam only. So which one's 2 is high, so it's the low beam only. So it's this guy. So somewhere on this line, the yellow line, is the problem. He gets attached to the same ground as the high beams. So it can't be that. The flash to pass works, which also means it can't be that. So it's got to be this. So, combination switch. It's got to be the headlight switch. Because the high beams work. If the high beams also did not work at the same time that the low beams stopped working, then it could be relay. Could be, well, it'd have to be both relays simultaneously. Because they just provide power to high-low simultaneously. And what you're doing is you're switching ground, but you shouldn't see power on that line without running through the... Why is there power on that line? Is that runs through there? Because if you disconnect the bulb, what you're getting is this without these filaments installed. So what you should see is power here all the time. As long as the relay is on, you get power here. This should show you ground. This should show you ground. You shouldn't see highs on those. So why are there highs on those? You can't, it doesn't work that way. Man, it's getting dark in here, isn't it? And it's raining again, which means it's probably snowing up in the mountains. That's not going to really do much of anything. Yeah. Okay, so What is green? Because when you turn on the headlights. This where's that? Yeah, you're turning on probably power to here from the multiplexer, and you're switching this line to ground. Okay? So with the headlights on, this ground is ground. It's active ground. I don't know what the hell this dimmer switch is. What the hell is a dimmer switch? Why is it a two position dimmer switch? Come with me while we investigate. Yeah, and this is why I pulled it into the garage. Because I had a feeling we got wet last night, we would get wet again. So I'm not seeing. I don't know what they're calling dimmer switch. I don't know why they're calling it dimmer switch. But there's pass switch and there's dimmer switch. Now I can't get it to fail anymore. I was getting it to fail, but now I cannot get it to fail. So I wonder if it's carbon tracking on the switches inside the stock, inside the combination switch, and playing with it didn't clear it up. Actually, I don't even have the Logitech up on there, do I? Nope. So that was pointless. Damn it, son. Okay, so 1 means 2 has high. Okay? So let's think about it a different way. Turn headlight switch on, you're on low beam. High has 12 volts. When it fails, you're getting 12 volts to pin 1. So you're getting, let's just work from one headlight. One headlight. Okay? So here, when the headlights stop working, you get 12 volts in that line. Low beam shut off. You have 12 volts here. This is with the connector disconnected. And it's starting to come down. I bet that rain's cold. There's people walking down the street. I bet that rain is cold. It's chilly today. And the water is emanating from, a place a couple thousand feet in the air. Imagine it's quite chilly. All right, so. That's just an indicator. It is not on when the low beams don't work. Okay? Which makes sense because this line has 12 volts on it. What I'm not understanding is where that 12 volts is coming from. We're switching ground, right? Which means you have to have 12 volts. Or you have to have an open, which means that's the other end of that socket would be 12 volts. But with the connector disconnected, you can't have 12 volts running through the filament to the other side. So where's that 12 volts coming from? Right? So this has 12 volts. When you disconnect the plug, this has 12 volts. Because it's coming from the other headlight. That's why. It's not switched to ground, so that means that whole circuit, they're just tied together. Okay. Gotcha. So when you disconnect the other one, you're gonna see it that way. Gotcha! Yet again, me being dumb. Okay, so when you switch ground, what's happening is we're not switching to ground. So we go back to not switching to ground. This is the ground you're switching to, one ground. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's either, it can't be this ground either, because the high beams always work. When the low beams don't work, the high beams always work, which means this is working, which means this has ground, and that's working just fine. So it's got to be headlight switch, or dimmer switch, whatever the hell dimmer switch is. So it's a combination switch. It's got to be. It's the only option. The only option. Headlight switch. Okay, let us actually, let's call Honda. It's gonna be like $400. Watch. Googly googly. Cold fingers, man, stiff, can't type. Quit it. Sometimes tooltips are useful. Most times they're not. It says my phone says I've never called this number. Can I get parts, please?
Give me one moment to transfer over there.
Thanks. Hey, Jesse, it's Ryan all over again. So, I've got a VIN whenever you get a second. 5 Foxtrot, November Yankee Foxtrot. 1 8 4 2 5 Bravo 0 4 8 1 8 5. Mexico? I don't see 5 all that often. So, I'm looking for headlight switch, combination switch. Yeah. And I have a feeling you're gonna say a number at me, and I'm gonna laugh, and we'll go our separate ways, and I'll find something aftermarket. Yeah. But I always check the dealership because of literally one thing, and then since then it's kind of been like a string of things. So my Civic, I think I told you the story before. I went and I checked Joe Riley's, and they had a charcoal canister because you get that fuel smell when they get saturated. So look at the charcoal canister at Joe Riley's. It went at $300. I was like, okay, emissions equipment is generally expensive. I went to the dealership, the town that I was in, $78. So ever since then, I check the dealership first because you never know. Because if you say something like 150-ish, then dealership it'll be. That's it? What? See, this is why you call the dealership first. It's crazy. Hold on. While I've got you on the phone, let's go look at Rock Auto real quick. I want to see. Because exactly this, I'm streaming right now. And I'm partially doing it for the stream. But it's also, I'm curious. 05 Pilot. Headlight switch. Oh, okay, they are cheap then. These guys are $30. Okay, but I would much rather, for that price, I'd definitely rather have the OEM one. What's the availability on that guy? Oh, so he's in like Salt Lake. Oh. Truck every day out of Portland. And it's not packed with like LSD and ecstasy?
No, dude. Surprising.
All right, I will. It's a customer's vehicle, but it is cheap enough. I'm probably going to be able to convince him to get the OEM guy. So we'll probably end up ordering it. And honestly, it'll probably be end of the week, so it'll probably be next week by the time it gets here anyway.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, my cutoff for next day is like.
Okay.
If you know the day, let me know. That's fine.
Awesome possum. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, buddy. We'll talk.
Yep, bye. Okay, I'm going to actually call him real quick. Because I was not expecting that to be that cheap. I was thinking $200? Up to $500 I've seen them. No, you're not going to work? Call with the thing.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
I'll give it a minute. It might have been registering the first call, just not ringing on my end. I've had that happen before. So we'll give it a minute. Let the network calm down, as it were. I was not expecting that switch to be that cheap at the dealership. And that's what I'm saying, man. You check the dealership every time. Check the dealership first. You might be surprised. Okay, let's try it again.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated.
Okay, so his phone's probably off. So we're not going to order it today. Right now, I'm going to go jack the Pilot up. We'll get our creepily creeper on. We'll get underneath and we'll check for them O2 sensors. Because I wants to replace them O2 sensors. Oh, so we're going to turn the bit you back around. Up like that. Make sure you're not going to fall. And I definitely need a better than this camera. We're going to go back to here. I'm gonna drag you guys over to the Pilot and set you down on the Pilot, just so you're over here already. I'm gonna disconnect my test equipment because I want to put you right where the cable is for the test equipment. So, kind of set you up there-ish. And we're just going to kind of stop falling. Thank you. Move the test equipment. We'll put the fuse box cover back on. It doesn't go fully down. That's probably why they put freaking tape on it. But instead of trying to fix a problem with a solution that's not good in the first place, why not try to figure out what the actual problem is? The plastic's a tiny bit warped. You push down on the lid, it locks in place. No problemo. Why the heck? This is the thing that irritates me about people. Rednecking stuff. Don't redneck it if you can easily solve the problem and apply the correct solution. Unless you're going to a redneck race. If you're going to a redneck race, then apply rednecking. I don't care. But on roads, public roads, with other people, where you can potentially, granted, fuse box lid is not going to endanger anybody's life. If it gets sucked into the belt, it's going to get eaten up and shattered, and maybe your belt pops off, and you lose power steering, and you pull to the side of the road, no, the belt's popped off, and you get the belt replaced, or you put it back on, or whatever. Worst case scenario is you're still not hurting people. It's the principle of the matter. Jack is not moving the way I want it to move. Oh. Yes. Yes. There we go. Now let's see the jack. Oh, which means the jack ain't working as good. Hydraulic fluid is cold. Nice jack. Then we get a jack stand because I am trying to be safe. Get this nice big tall truck guy. 6 tons! I doubt that. But keep me from dying. Should something catastrophic occur. Oh, that's not actually tall enough. Interesting. What the? What? No. No way. I'll show you what I'm looking at that I'm incredulous about here in a minute. But the truck jack stand is actually too tall. We're gonna put this guy under the suspension where it mounts to the subframe. So if something slips, it'll be somewhere secure. It's actually gonna go on the subframe where it mounts to the suspension. Okay, this will be the first time I'm taking the camera and the mic up underneath the car in an enclosed space. We'll find out how that goes for me, shall we? Okay. So my wild incredulity, put the mic over here in the corner, move the cable so I don't run over it. Well, damn it. my wild incredulity was driven by this thing that I see dangling down around the drive shaft. What is that? Is there supposed to be a bearing in there? What the heck is going on here? I've never seen just like a band that hangs down. Oh, it is just like a safety loop. It's rigid. Oh. Okay. Very good. I've never seen that on a stock car for whatever reason. But I do need to find the O2 sensors in this mess. There's one. Pull out the fishy flashlight. And the incredibly hard to find power button. There's that one right there. And the connector is... where exactly? Right up there. Easy peasy. Probably get that guy, definitely get that guy from up top. Sensor right there. Alright. I think I have an O2 sensor socket. And the other one is right there. How about that? And the connector for him is where exactly? Looks like it's a longer cable, so it's probably up top-ish. So, let's go back up top. We're going to find loud noise, dragging the mic across the floor. Apologies. We're going to find these connectors and disconnect them first. Connector, microphone wire. You are in the way. All right, connector. Bam, I am right there. That guy right there. So we're going to. Can I hold the camera and the mic simultaneously? Bam, or flashlight. So. Let's see if I can't do this. I'm kind of one-handed. Aye. I don't think I can. Yeah. I might could do it. Damn. Can't do it. Okay. So I'm gonna reach down, both hands, grasp it firmly. I actually need, because it's jacked up a little bit high, I don't know if I can reach it with both hands without the ladder. Every time I lay in a freaking thing with wheels, my hair gets caught in a freaking caster. Super annoying. Clickety clankety clackety clo. Safety first. Oh, it is that guy. Okay. That's why. The clip that clips to the bracket on the engine is actually on the sensor side. Nice. Okay, so now, flishity flashlight. Put our knee on this piece of steel here, and we're looking for the rear O2 sensor connector. Okay, so it's back here somewhere. Probably going to be over here. It's probably, you guys could probably see it, but I can't. It's probably down here. Can't see it from the top because there's, well, there's an engine in the way. So, I'm going to set you guys up here real quick while I try to stick my head and go lean differently. I'm going to stick my head down here better. Huh. Okay. Well. Guess let's get back underneath. Chase that guy up top, shall we? You go, Mr. Cable Wire Guy. Oh, of course, there's stuff in the way. Transfer case. You realize you're just like in the way, right? Oh. This flex pipe also needs to be replaced. It's definitely going to be from up top, that's for sure. But, what the heck is the termination? Okay. Rear motor mount bracket. That's what we're looking for. They do appear to be the factory sensors. Okay. It's always nice when OEMs design these things that you can climb on top of them and not kill your knees. Yeah, rear motor mount bracket. Which is going to be a take jacket off and reach around. Wait. Okay. Oh. Not that guy. But there is a bundle of connectors down here. It's not that one, which means it must be that one. Come on. Oh, you won't come out of there. Another one of those two-handed things. Bam, disconnected. And that connector will be. That connector will be pain in the el butto. So, pain in el culo. So, we're gonna have to snippity clippity. I'm going to find I don't know that I have an O2 sensor socket. Actually. Does not appear. But I do. So yeah. We've got to order one.
Oh, Lori.
Hey Lori, it's Ryan again.
Yes, sir?
I wonder if you could send me an O2 sensor socket
Okay.
and stick it on the card on file.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Gotcha. Thank
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, because they're kind of recessed into the side of the cat there. There's a heat shield. Can't stick the wrench on. I normally do it with a wrench. Because I've never been a big fan of the sockets, really. But that means we're just kind of sitting around for a minute. And we can take this stuff out of the box. Or we fancy little elastic bands. Looks like a brand new O2 sensor to me. Well, that's the front guy right there. I like to figure out what this bus is. There's a bus that goes up and down the road all the time. They always pick up somebody or drop somebody off at a house down here. It's a little bitty, like city buses don't do that. They don't go to people's houses. Oh, and the really annoying thing is, of course, they don't have the clips on them to clip them back to the factory positions, which means the one I'm gonna have to cut here in a minute is not gonna have a replacement. I guess I could try to see if I can't get it off of there. Blind hole. So, I'm gonna try the bendy pliers first. Also gonna take the phone out of my pocket. I don't want to be leaning against it. So, let's put this stuff up here for now. I wonder If I can get the camera down in there, maybe you guys can see what I'm doing? I doubt it. There's nowhere to really set the camera. You have to dangle it from the, what you call it there? Yard arm? I have to dangle it from the yard arm. What the heck happened to this vehicle? Oh. It's just those ones. Okay. I'm gonna say something happened to this vehicle in its past. But no, it's just one cable. One cable. So someone changed something and then forgot to put one cable back on. Alright. So that is way down there. I wonder if it's just the one. Let me go underneath real quick. I'll bring you guys down when the socket gets here. For now, I'm just gonna go investigate. Gravity. I had a pair of pliers. Yeah, they did not design this creeper for people with torsos. Like, my shoulder doesn't even sit in the crook for my head to sit on the pillow. Is that the guy I'm reaching down and grabbing? I don't think it is. Looks like we got a coolant leak. Can I fix that? Mother, Fletcher. Sit upright. There you go. Come on. Upright. Wait. Come on. Gonna need different pliers. Not them there pliers. Gonna need different pliers. Which are right in front of my face. And there's another clip up there. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna have to cut that clip off there. There's no way. Which makes me sad face. I really prefer preserving clips. Because we don't want wires to be jingling around down there. Especially stuff connected to the exhaust. Okay. So, let's see. Where are you at, buddy? I don't know who in the hell designed this. Like, this thing's not even just blind, it's buried. Like, it's intentionally difficult to deal with. This must have been an American design. This is the exact type of thing American engineers do. American engineers. Well, if you have to remove the battery in the airbox and the radiator and the EGR valve and the exhaust manifold to get to this one bolt, it's fine. Like, bro, that thing breaks all the time. Why would you do that? How in the hell are you supposed to get to that? There's a subframe and a steering rack and a transfer case. Oh, I get it. I get it. The transfer case was put in afterwards. In the design. Oh. And my arm is too big to fit down there. My arm is too big to fit down there. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah. What the heck is that? Oh, it's the other harness. There's no way to get there that way. Yeah, I can see straight down to the top of the transfer case. Front wheel drive only in design. Lovely. There's an engine block there. Yep. There we go. Easy peasy. Plastic buried down behind exhaust elements means it breaks easily after heat cycling. Alright, now we just wait. So what I'm probably going to do, I'm going to pull the old O2 sensors out. Pull the old sensors out. The rear one, I'm going to connect and clip up here on the top of the engine first, dangle it down, and then, can't do that either. So I'm trying to think, it's going to be a pain in the ass to run that wire back up through the, well, this wire, back up through the, nearly impossible to get your hands into holes to weave it up through the stuff. So, you know what, do you know why I say things like it must be in America that designed this? Not thinking about what you're doing is classic American engineering, okay? As is evidenced by Ford. Truck engine drain bolts, 250s, 350s. The oil path when it comes out of the oil pan. This was a few years ago, I don't know what it is now. But it would hit the cross member dead on. Oh, be right back. has one O2 sensor socket. I can't believe I didn't have one. It's sticking. Ew. It's the cheap lube they use to keep it from oxidizing in the package. I'm gonna pick up a package of rust, right? Alright, now, was this 3/8? Might need an extension. Alright, let's grab you guys. And we're gonna see how easy hard this thing is to pull out. Part of me is hoping it's a little bit difficult, just so I can show you guys some, you know, nifty tips or tricks maybe. Part of me is hoping it's easy, because it's chilly, and it's not very well lit in here, because the lights that were in the garage when we got here were those. That's it. That one and that one. That dangling light that appears to be 16 times brighter than the ones in the ceiling is in fact like 16 times brighter than the ones in the ceiling. And then this piece of crap that I got from my last job, they from time to time they just sell old stuff that they're getting rid of for like $1, right? They don't just give it to people, probably because people have fought over stuff in the past. They're like, okay, we'll auction it off, and whoever wins the auction gets it. Simpler. So it's like $1. People pay 50 cents, $1, $1.75, whatever. Whoever wins the auction gets the thing. But I put that guy up, and I put LEDs in it, and it's like, it does nothing. It does less than nothing. I think it reduces, when it's turned on, it reduces the overall amount of light in the garage. I think. That's how that works. Alright, so, for the sake of my sanity, cross your fingers and hope that it's easy. For the sake of content, cross your fingers and hope that it's hard. Taking all bets. Probably grab flashlight before I get down there. My old man knees. Okay, so I'm going to set you guys down real quick on the El Floro. Like that. So I can get my old butt down on the ground here. Oh. We're going to get the Flibberty gibbets. Can I put you like right here where you sit happily? Right there? Okay. So, I don't even know if this is going to work. And it would be handy if I could see what's going on. Okay, which way is... Let's find the O2 sensors real quick for you guys. O2 sensor. Easy peasy. We get our nifty difty sockety ratchet thing here. And you always want to disconnect the wires in O2 sensors before you start trying to do stuff to them, because you're going to be spinning the thing. And it is handy if you can yeah, that's why I don't like these sockets, because they're shells, they open. Yeah, this is a decently designed socket. So, let's try it one more time, and then we might need to see if we need to get like a breaker bar out. Tell me you're not rolling over the cable. Okay, so breaker bar it might be. That's okay. I have a thing. I have a thing, as all men have a thing. Oh yeah, that's right in the middle. Nice. Yeah. Thing that I have called extendo ratchet and an impact socket. Haha. This guy. I don't really like extendo ratchets. I said extendo socket, didn't I? I don't really like extendo ratchets all that much myself. I need the light. Uh-oh. We do need... I'm not going to use a 3/8 extension. I'm going to use a 1/2 inch extension. So, it's just a little bit tight. So we're going to get the extension. I should have grabbed when I was up here in the first place. It's fine. I'll grab two. Shortly guy, and a slightly bigger, longery guy. Oh. And we shall put it on the ratchet. And of course, Harbor Freight stuff doesn't actually stay on unless you're in the dimple. For whatever dumb reason, it couldn't be bothered. Okay, so now we're on there. We extend it out. Let's see if it'll turn now. Was that a turn? I don't think that was a turn. I think that was a slip. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Yeah, that was the clippy. I broke the little clippy. I don't know if the sensor's turning or not. I don't think it is. I think that's the socket. Slipping off. So, to test it out, stick it back on the 3/8. And see if it turns. Actually, it's turning. Sweet. All right, pull that guy out. This is why we like just the teeniest little bit of anti-seize on these things. Give me socket. I want socket. Gives me a little bit more purchase. Maybe not that much more purchase. Come on. Let you turn. Oi. There we go. Haha. Oh. Flashlight. I knocked it with my elbow. Yeah, see, I broke the little Crepe. Sad face. It's okay. You can get them from Honda for like $2. That's probably what I'll do. So, have my roommate order the headlight switch, or give me the money to order the headlight switch. Yeah, look at that. All that slippage. But it eventually came out, and that's all I really care about right now. So, that one's done. Slide the tools back a little bit. Take the camera. Get the cords so we don't run them over. Damn it. Every goddamn time. Cords. Quit. No matter what the hell I do. And, you know, you'd think eventually all my hair would come out. But no, it doesn't do that. Cords, stop doing that thing that you're doing right there. Oy. Okay, where's he at? He is, I don't know if I'll be able to get you guys a good shot of that one. Because he's kind of like buried up in there. So that guy right in there, there's no way I'm going to get you guys a good shot of that. So we'll just like get you over there. And then get our socket on there. Oh, and my right eye is watering for some reason. I think that extension will be too much. Don't roll into the water, guy. We're going to make him shriveled and small again while I stick him up in here in this kind of hole-like region, and then flip the thing because it got flipped. Okay, I don't even think there's anywhere I could put the flashlight to like monitor what I'm doing. Maybe like that. Alright, and you'll see I can't get my hand on the head of the ratchet. Like, there's no way to grab it. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure we're pulling. Okay, so we're going to make sure we're applying pressure at the head that direction towards the sensor, and that direction away from the sensor, across the fulcrum that is my hand, to attempt to maintain a grip on the thing. Damn it. Super annoying. Quit it. So we do it like that. And we try to apply pressure in the correct manner. And we try to use our wrist strength. Don't run over the cable. Try to use our wrist strength, right? This way and this way to maintain that pressure on the ratchet. Oh, lovely jubbly. What I might end up having to do is cut the wires off the end and stick a regular 22 mil socket up in there. Do I even have a 20? I have a 22 mil socket. You know, you could even drill a hole in the side of the socket so you could run the wires out the side. So you just cut the connector end off. Might have to order just a regular 22 mil socket here in a minute. But this guy, because the transfer case is in the way, might be a little bit difficult. So I don't know if you can see, but I'm kind of... I know for a fact you can't see. Turn a little bit. There we go. So I'm kind of, you know, wedging myself, right? With the correct angles. Kind of wedge myself in here. Kind of like this. Get a nice snug fit so I don't roll around easily. See if I can apply pressure with pliers. Not reasonably. Nope. Nope. Okay. Yeah, the socket keeps slipping, which is why I don't like these freaking sockets in the first place. Is because they're like this, so when you go to turn them, they just go. Could try to weld a strap onto the bottom of it, I guess. Because the slot's for the wire. You got, you know, however much wire dangling off the end of it there. clickety clack down the track. Alright, so I know it probably doesn't look like much, what I was just doing just there, just then. But I was doing a thing, kind of simulating a soft impact. I don't quite know how you would describe exactly what it was I was doing. So I was applying... So if you take your muscles and you flex them against each other, you will vibrate, right? And it's muscle strain. The muscles can't handle that much pressure constantly. The human body does that. Everything. The body is constantly vibrating, pulsing back and forth, doing stuff. It's just biology is all it is. Nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be ashamed of. It's perfectly natural and normal and fine. But you can do that, and you don't even need to be all that strong to use that effect of your body, because it's based off of your own muscles, right? Oy. Of course, Benny Ratchet's just not going to stay in there easily. But you can do something like that and simulate a soft impact. It's not going to be dugga, obviously. But people who don't have, like people who aren't as strong as me, could have broken that loose. Simply by, and it's applying force, not applying force, applying force, not applying force. And while it might not feel like it's moving, it is in fact moving. Just the teensiest little tiniest bits. And once it frees up, whatever debris might be on there. Yeah, looks like an old O2 sensor to me. It will eventually free up and break loose. So I'm going to get up top. I'm going to leave the camera down here, because you guys don't need to see, well, yeah, you don't need to see me applying the what you call it, anti-seize. I will show the camera once we get back down there on the ground. Oops, it will be fine. Actually, I think those were NTK sensors that were in there. NSK. NTK is bearings. I think those were NSK sensors. Alright, you got these little packs of anti-seize. You stir it up a little bit. There goes my back. Yeah, that's, the older I get, the more and more true that becomes. What I normally say is two things. One is usually clickety clack down the track, bitches. Or caw bitches. I don't know why I had the bitches at the end of it. There's no call for that. There's no need for it. But it's funny. Nice. And so you remember the size of that anti-seize packet there? I used it on one. Each one came with its own packet. I used enough for both sensors there, and that is the remainder. I used like 5% of what came with that packet. And we'll get down here and I'll show the camera the amount that I have placed. Okay, long cable. Long cable, long cable. Long cable is a rear. That is a front. That is an affront to my senses, sir. Okay, let's grabbity, snippity, snappity, the flishity, flashity light. Alright. We're going to turn this down. So, I don't know how well you can see it, but that's the amount we put on there. We don't glob it on, just enough to cover, get it on that side maybe? Just enough, because the threads are, I mean, they're friction fit, right? That's how threads work. That's literally what threads do. Which means there's not that much space between the threads on the exhaust and on the sensor. So you don't need a whole lot of material. And of course the flex pipe, the steel mesh of the flex pipe is broken in the front and it started to come out of the crimp. Okay, you wire, damn it, you were in there. There we go. There we go. We also do not like to leave these wires twisted after we install the sensor. We want the wires to be straight. There is a reason for that, and it's not necessarily critical necessarily, because the thing will still, it'll still work, it'll still do the thing. But so the way an O2 sensor works, here you go, lesson time, a little bit of physics time. So the way an O2 sensor works is it measures a voltage across two elements. You have element A and element B. Element A is a calibration element. It applies, you apply a temperature to I don't remember what the chemical is. You apply a temperature to this chemical, and oxygen content will generate a voltage. Okay. The oxygen content that element A reads is from free air. It is from the atmosphere. Okay? And you need that. You need to have free air validation, calibration, reference. Right? Otherwise, the thing doesn't work. Yes, thank you. Okay. The way it obtains this free air is funny. It gets it from the wires. The wires and an O2 sensor. Actually, tell you what. I will explain this up top, because A, I'm concentrating, so I'm not going to be very entertaining. Hear a ringing sound. Very strange. Very odd. But I'll also be able to point at things and show you with my arm hands. Come on. What the heck is that? Are you going in now? You're going in now. Thank you. Yeah, it's a kind of an awkward angle It's not at an angle. The motor mount bracket is just in the way, so it puts your hand at an awkward angle. So installation is just the reverse of removal, as every single book on the planet pretty much will tell you. Probably doesn't even matter the language, honestly. The hard part's going to be getting this freaking wire. No, it's not. Watch this. I mean, not this. Obviously, this right here is just me tightening the sensor. This isn't the thing that's going to be nifty. Okay. This part's the easy part. Run this wire kind of up here. And make it sit in a hole somewhere. I'm gonna move the mic real quick. There we go. Oh, maybe it was like a loud vacuum. Cable, wire cable. Could you please? I can reach that. All right, now. Watch this, watch this. I'm gonna do a thing. Turn on the welder. Turn the wire speed up all the way. Grab our welding pliers. About that should do. Snippity snippity, clippity clappity. Turn the wire speed back down because I'll probably forget. Then what we're going to do is we run the welding wire down the hole from the top and then tie it up to something up top so it doesn't just fall down of its own volition, of its own violation. So, up here, we tie it up to cruise control cable, right? Then I just kind of feed it down where I know it's gonna have to go. When I hop down, figure out where he ended up. And route him the rest of the way. Oh yeah, right there, pointed right at the O2 sensor. Look at that. Bam. Oosh. Skadoosh. Uh-oh. We're getting water coming forward now. It's running down the, what you call it, front fender drain off the roof. So, just because the car's jacked up this way. So this comes from up top. We grab our wire. Pull down some length of this guy. We're just going to kind of wrap the welding wire around the cable. And then we'll be able to pull it up without damaging the cable. like fishing a wire through a wall in a house. All right, now let's go up top. I'll take you guys with me. Motion sickness warning after the fact. And see our cable there, or our what you call it, welding wire there. Grab the letter. The welding wire, pretty cheap. I mean, relatively. So I get up here. Oh. Put you guys there. Of course, the cable is not going to cooperate. Cable, it's this heavy amplifier end. Heavy amplifier end. Please cooperate. Well, I guess we'll just like, it's right there. Ta-da! Put the light like right there. Okay. And then we gently jiggle it, wiggle it. Jiggle it, wiggle it. And there's a wire end. And then we gently jiggle it, wiggle it some more. And we unwrap the welding wire. Pull it all the way out. Set it off to the side there for a moment. The heck's a moment? Used to work with a lady we called Mom. Not sure what it means. Maybe it's mom, like mother dearest. Okay, that's clickety-clacked into place. Oh, I forgot this one was the one. You gotta put this end on the clip thing first. There we go. Now we can connect that. Click. Nice. All right, rear sensor is in the place where it's supposed to be. Front sensor is much easier. And you might look at this guy and think, oh, well, doing spark plugs on that must suck. It's not that hard. It's actually pretty easy. The cable we want is that guy is kind of dingly dangling down there. And this one, I should be able to show you guys. Just like, bring it up, find that little clippity clap right there. Put it on that. Change hands. Put that guy right there and squeeze. There we go. That job is complete-amundo. I will now start it up and drive it around, so gotta give you guys a test drive thing because I do not yet have the ability to take you on a test drive with me. I do plan on that because I would really very much like to take you guys on a test drive with me so I can show you things like how to bed brake pads the right way. Because there is a right way and there is a wrong way. So, put you there. I'm going to start it up and connect the scanner real quick. I gotta test drive it before I do that. So I'll test drive it because I gotta get it hot and get it in the closed loop. So I'm gonna go out on the test drive bring it back, pull it back in this corner, and then I'll bring you guys out there, plug the scanner in, and show you what the switching is supposed to look like. So, let's move all this stuff out of the way. That is trash. This. That is trash. Tools and toolbox. And you can always reuse a little piece of used welding wire. For right now, we'll just dingly dangle it from the toolbox that I was about to do my funny speech pattern thing to, but realized how that would come out, and I'm not going to say that. Okay, maybe subtitles, closed captions. Yeah, we don't want that coming out in closed captions. If you want to know how it was going to come out, just think about the word fiddling, like with a fiddle. And then imagine that word with a T. All right. Actually, put car down, wash hands. Car down. Hood down. Wash hands. Yeah, because that would come out really not good. YouTube captions, not the greatest. Alright, where's my little jacket? Alright. We're gonna go on a test drive. And right down the road here, in Little Caesars, I'm gonna grab me a little cheap pizza. So, what the hell? What? I'll be right back. Okay, so OBS not enough disk space to continue recording. I went in there to investigate. That's what the what was. And the PC, the desktop, had restarted for some reason. No Windows updates, nothing commands that machine to restart other than my finger. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go back and check the log, see what happened. I think there's some, it did this before. I think it's OBS and accessing the disk somehow through the network is causing some kind of weirdness. That's what I think. So, I just got a text that my proof for my business cards are ready. So I'm going to go on a test drive down to Watkins Printing, grab some food, and I'll be back. Not that guy. Not that guy. Not that guy. Okay, well, it'll be that one. Bam. The heck? Hold on. That's why. Haha. Alright. So, I'll be back in just a minute. It'll be like 15 minutes. Go on a test drive. We'll come back. We'll check the closed loop switching of the pilot, the downstream O2 sensors. They were sluggish before. I'm gonna go check the proofs and approve or make changes to my business card, which is what I'm gonna do. And then pick up pizza, and I'll come back and we'll probably go inside, get the Lenovo set up, get the oscope set up, and start trying to figure out the 3D printer. After I get back and we check the scanner and everything, and then we're done with that, probably move into checking on the 3D printer. Come on. Little Japanese mints are crazy. They're delicious. So, I shall return in just a little bit. Don't go nowhere. Or do. Come back in just a little bit. I'm back. Yes, it do. It do indeed, in fact, work. Alright, so drove just fine there and back, no problems. Didn't expect any problems. Grab our... I'm actually going to pull forward a little bit more. When you're sitting inside this thing, it's kind of difficult to see exactly where it's at. There we go. Now, grab the camera and microphone. We're gonna go take a look at the downstream oxygen sensors. Cable. Why? Would you quit? Stand by. Hey. Cable, twisted tangle. Stick it in a bucket. Well, that was kind of a rhyme. Okay. Oh, okie dokie. Close the door key. Alright, turn the fan down. Don't need to fan that high. Had it on for the defroster. Because the windshield were fogging up because it's a bit moist outside. Yeah, you heard me. Moist. Such a lovely word, that. Moist. One of my most favoritist words. Moist. It freaks some people out. I love it. I just love how moist the word is. Okay. Hey. There we go. And it's probably going to keep doing it. Okay, well, it's going to keep doing it. It's fine. Let me find the OBD2 connector. OBD2 connector. Oh. It's right over top of the throttle pedal. Lovely jubbly. So, turn on, please. I need like a little head mount thing, so you can just stick you guys like right here, and I can just lean forward so my blind butt can see it and your blind butts can see it. That's what I need. Also, I got za. Pizza. Pizza. Sort of pizza? Kind of pizza. Mostly pizza. It's fine. Alright. Asian Honda before it does a thing. Well, ain't no point in me just showing you the thing loading. It's just boring. You can sit here and look at me top down. Ooh, big nose. Look at the big nose. Whos-ya. Start new session. Loading. Thank you. Loading. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, loading, loading. Taking a while. Kind of was but he's hot, so it's better in 15 minutes or so after it comes out of the oven, because then you can pull it apart better and it doesn't just like fall apart. Okay, control unit, engine, PGMFI, programmable fuel injection. I need a live data. I want ECT sensor. Oh, we're putting those on there. What I need is bank 1 and bank 2, sensor 2, O2s. Alright, so okay. Oh, ECT. Why do they say two different things? There's 4 ECTs, that's why I was confused. But this guy, 0.78, this guy says 176. This guy, 2.45, that says 93. Which sounds about right. You know, this number correlates with this number, and this number correlates with this number, which is fine. Also, these guys, so we want graph merge. We're going to go bank 1 sensor 2, bank 2 sensor 2. And they should pretty close to agree. There's going to be some variance, as one bank is a little bit leaner, a little bit richer than the other bank, and it makes adjustments based on that. Because V engines will adjust the whole bank. They won't. They will do individual banks. They won't do the whole engine at one go. Newer systems, they'll do the front bank and the back bank. They'll adjust. But yeah, really close. We should be in closed loop right now too. And they should remain fairly stable, just above half a volt. What was going on before is they were low, both of them. They were like 0.3 or 0.4, which is usually just an indicator that they're getting weak. But also, there you go. Okay, so also, what they should do is, so we're sitting here at idle, and the cat is converting nitrous oxides into effectively nitrogen gas and oxygen gas. It's more complicated than that, but that's the whole premise. You're trying to reduce nitrous oxide emissions. That's what a catalytic converter does. So at idle, what you should see is it should be fairly stable. It's going to go up and down a little bit as closed loop adjusts the cylinder banks, you know, the front bank and the back bank, and you're constantly going slightly rich, slightly lean, slightly rich, slightly lean, slightly rich, slightly lean, and it's back and forth, back and forth, and back and forth. And that's how you control the engine, to maintain the air fuel ratio. Is you work on averages. So sometimes above, sometimes below. Ideally 50-50, and switching times change based on RPM, and etc. etc. Where we're at now, you can see one's at 0.65762, one's at 0.5860. Makes sense. The front O2 sensors are probably sluggish because they're probably old in factory also. So What we want to see, though, primarily, is when we give it gas. Okay, when we floor it, it should go really rich, and then when we let off, it should go into fuel cut, so it should go to 0. And didn't update fast enough to give us the rich, but you saw it spike up there a little bit, and then as it comes back down, it's going to go a little bit rich, and then come back down to center as much as possible. And that switches. So before, when I'd hit the gas and let off, what it should do is it should go right about that fast. What it was doing is it was going they were not I don't know what it is. Capacitive. As they get older, they get capacitive. Something to that effect. I don't remember the exact physics behind it. Aged O2 sensors, but they don't respond the way they're supposed to. They're sluggish, and the data comes in slower than you would expect, and it lags behind the actual what the engine's actually doing, and eventually it will hit some threshold, and check engine light comes on and says catalyst efficiency below threshold, which is either hole in exhaust somewhere around the cat, anywhere pre-cat, or just close to right after the cat or on the cat. Can cause that code. I've seen it. O2 sensors old and sluggish. They're, like I said before, they only last about 80,000 miles or so. Their expected lifespan is the same as iridium plugs, 50 to 80,000 miles. Anything more than that, and you're just running on borrowed time, honestly. Don't replace them until they fail or until they begin to show signs of degradation, really. But honestly, realistically, you're looking at about 80,000 miles. Or the cat is bad. The element has worn out because you lose material over time via outgassing, heat cycles, atoms, ions flying off of the structure inside, etc., etc. The cats get old, cats wear out. They could get clogged if you have oil consumption issues that are going into the combustion chamber. That's a very common thing with older engines. And while I'm not necessarily one to jump on board with the tree hugging, we're killing the planet, go buy a Prius crowd, because the Prius is far worse for the environment overall than a Hummer. Someone sat down and did the math. Each Hummer over its lifespan still does less damage than a Prius does. So, hate to break it to you, tree huggers. I'm all for new technologies. I'm all for EVs once we get the power system sorted. We either need better power storage, batteries, or we need to run a full wireless grid of some kind, say in the roads, which you want to talk about global warming today. Driving a 120 kilowatt car down a road, powering it from the road. Oh man, that each 120 kilowatt car, even if you're cruising, say you're cruising and you're only pulling 10 kilowatts, okay, to cruise, you know how much power it's actually going to take to power that car at 10 kilowatts? About 16 kilowatts. The other 6 is going to be lost in heat. So yeah, try to power an EV by the road. Sure. Put giant towers alongside every single road and path on the planet and power your cars that way. Sure. And what happens when you need to drive down a dirt road to go to a cabin off in the middle of nowhere? Well, you can't do it. And what happens when various government bodies decide that they want to prevent people from moving around or contacting each other? Granted, you could do it today. Yeah, the government could shut down fuel. They could do that. But you could still get around well enough with fuel that people have stored. Private parties. You could do it. It might be hard. It might be expensive because if the government shuts down the fuel. But if you shut down the power, nobody's got megawatt generators just laying around in their backyards. People got gasoline laying around in their backyards. Nobody's got megawatt generators just laying around in their backyards. So that whole thing is just a terrible idea. So the cars need to be independently sufficient to some degree. There needs to be some minimum number of independence that cars possess. If you're going to have cars. Personally, if you could make it work, I'm all for hypertubes. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because you jump in a hypertube, and you're going to smell whoever's in front or behind you. Pass. My car smells like me and Honda. Honestly, it doesn't even smell like me. Because the seat that was all just kind of grody from being old and, you know, cloth seats. You get hot, you sweat, it soaks into the cloth seats. It's kind of gross, but it's a fact of life. You know. Anyway, the Pilot is done for now. Still got to do the headlight switch, which isn't that hard. I'll bring you guys along for that ride. But I think right now I'm gonna take the camera and the mic. We're gonna set it back in the garagey there. I'm gonna pull the Pilot out of the driveway. Out of the garage, not the driveway. Out of the garage. And then we're gonna go inside, and it's gonna take me a little bit to set up the O-scope and everything. But I'll get the voltometer out there. I actually prefer the voltometer over a digital multimeter. Most days of the week. For most things. When I need like precision and I don't care about time, I'll go with the digital multimeter. When I want to see a change immediately as it occurs based on something that I'm interacting with, voltometer, galvanometer. Galvanometer? Galvanometer. Yeah, that's the one. That last one. What I said there. Repeat it back to me. I'll wait. Alright, so Pilot's done right now. Headlight is replaced. Headlight switch is the culprit for the funny headlight business. I'm going to open the door. Oh, get out of Pilot. There. We're gonna go set you guys down on the bench table thing. Okay. Wire cable off. Do not wrap around things. Do not wrap around things. Jerk. Sit you down there. Sit you down there. Sounds good. I'll be right back in just a second. Put the scanner back. Put the candle back. Skibidi, Jondi, key. Necesito la key. Yeah, the inside of the Passat looks like a war zone. Stuff's taken apart, stuff's not where it's supposed to be. Stuff and things. Things and stuff. Okay. So. I think we're good. I'm kind of on a mood. On a mood. I got a mood today. Not a bad mood. Mood. Okay. We'll move the shadow around. Can I get it? Oh, boots of the way. Oy. This thing is not light. Have I mentioned that? It always takes me 2 tries. I don't even put my all in on the first one. You gotta get the momentum. Just like that. I'm on one today. Not sure why. Although, I do know the effect of my personality. Is that when I successfully complete a project, I feel pretty good. So I did a thing. It's kind of cold and rainy, and I still did a thing. So, you know, so what we're gonna do real quick. Tell you what. I'm gonna end the automotive stream right here. We're gonna shut them down. I'm gonna go inside, I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna start up a game stream because I want to play some Satisfactory. And I got a thing done today, and today was not infuriating. I like it when days are not infuriating. So, yeah, and some days, like, I can do stuff. And some days, I can't. Old and fight. And as I get older, the days that I can't seem to be getting more often. More frequent, I should say. The days where I can't seem to be more frequent. But, yeah, I'm just going to shut down the stream. We'll do the 3D printer tomorrow, because I kind of want to dedicate like the day to it. If it doesn't take the day, then that's fine. It doesn't take the day. But I want to dedicate the day to figuring out where the issue is exactly in that chain between the motherboard and the temperature sensor, and where the problem is. And that could take 5 minutes. It could take 5 hours. I don't know. So I'm gonna go eat. I'll take the mic and the camera in with me, the Logitech. Put them on the desktop, and start up a Satisfactory stream. Actually, I might do Planet Crafter first, and then go to Satisfactory afterwards. I don't know. We'll find out, right? We'll find out. I don't know yet. So, I will see you guys later. In like just a little bit. Stay tuned. Come back in like an hour. Back in like an hour. And I'll be playing Satisfactory or something. We will see ya in the next one.